but before we go around to setting the protocol, permit me crave your indulgence that we all rise for the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians home and proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
Thank you very much. And I think it will just be the right time to immerse you into the women's anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. All across the nations, all around the world, women are longing to be free. No longer in the shadows, forced to stay behind, but side by side in true equality. So sing a song. I will sing a song. Everywhere, let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace. So sing a song. I will sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing, I will sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace.
Bravo! I didn't know you also had singing as part of your competencies.
Thank you
great.
very much. Please
take
have
a
your
seat.
seats.
Yes.
Your Excellencies, permit me say welcome to the Women's Political Leadership Forum West Africa, themed Accelerating Women's Political Participation and Leadership in West Africa. The UN Assistant Secretary General and UNDP Assistant Administrator and Director, Regional Bureau for Africa, not just West, who I'm sure is watching us live from somewhere, the Vice President of the ECOWAS Commission, the co-convener of the Africa Women Leaders Network, the Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the host minister, the Special Advisor to Mr. President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria on Policy and Coordination and head of the Central Delivery Coordination Unit, Minister of Gender and Children's Affairs, Sierra Leone, Minister of Gender, Children and Social Protection, Republic of Liberia, the President of the ECOWAS Female Parliamentarians Association, the Ireland Global Co-Chair and former Minister of Gender, Child and Family, Democratic Republic of Congo, the Director, Regional Program for Africa, UNDP, Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, not forgetting the members of the fourth estate of the realm, the members of the press, who will amplify this message arising from this convergence far and near. My name is Glory Uzamaka Mfoniso Ohago. I am an architect I'm a narrative architect. I am a social engineer. I am a broadcast journalist. I'm a voice that amplifies women and gender issues. I carry the microphones at the first line. I follow my leaders and I tell the stories of bravery, of resilience, of persistence. I do it as a content distiller and as a voice for women, girls, children, and humanity.
Give a round of applause for my co-moderator. Truly an amazing sister. I'm also going to introduce myself. I'm Hafou Touré from Côte d'Ivoire. I'll be your co-moderator today of my dear sister Glory. And it's a real pleasure to be with you today. I have to say, this is not my main job. I'm a development finance expert. But today I'm here in my capacity as the private sector, as the co-chair of the private sector coalition of the African Women Leaders Network, which is one of our conveners today. And it's important for me to set the stage for what we are about to witness today. First, I want to acknowledge all of the powerful coalition of institutions behind a single goal today. First, we have the ECOWAS Commission, the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, our host country, the African Union, the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, and the African Women Leaders Program. Please clap your hand for all of these conveners today. This partnership on this stage itself is a statement that accelerating women's political leadership is not the agenda of one institution, but a shared regional imperative that we should all be working toward. And the numbers tell us why this is an urgency. Across Africa, women hold 27% of parliamentary seats, 9% of political party leadership, and 24% of cabinet posts. But when they're planning marches, who do they call on? Women.
Women.
But when it's time to lead, we're in the back, and that is not what it should be. And we know that very few countries have been able to pass these numbers. We are below global average, and only Rwanda has been able to cross the 50% threshold for gender parity in parliament. We need to make these numbers move. And that is why this session matters. Because closing this gap requires the same tool we use in development finance. De-risking the process for women, building sustainable systems, and reaching the women who are ready to lead. And I'm sure we're all ready to lead here, right? Clap if you're ready to lead. Great. So we're ready. And ladies and gentlemen, over the course of this morning, we will move from commitments to action. We'll hear from leaders who have shaped policies, political leaders who have lived the struggle, and by the end of this session, our ambition is clear: to live with concrete, financeable, because money is important, and implementable pathways toward the ECOWAS 2035 gender parity goal. And now it's my honor to pass it back to my dear co-moderator so we can get our first speaker on the stage. Thank you.
And talking about financing, just yesterday at the launch of the Guarantee Her, the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development of the Federal Republic of Nigeria reminded financial institutions that women are more likely to pay back their loans than men. And if there is no other reason to give this money to women, this is the reason, because women are no longer the risks. They should be the reason why economy booms. So please, let's clap for her. As we set the stage for this particular forum, which has all of us here, permit me to welcome the very first speaker who represents the United Nations Development Program, a key partner supporting democratic governance, inclusive institutions, and sustainable development across Africa. He serves as the Director of Regional Program for Africa, where he contributes to advancing regional initiatives that support governance, peace, development, and partnerships across the continent. His work so far reflects UNDP's commitment to strengthening institutions and supporting approaches that enable inclusive participation in decision-making. In Nigeria, we would call him a chronic, unrepentant he for she. Yes. Join me welcome Dr. Jide Okeke.
Please clap for him. He's one of the few men here, so please continue to accompany him with your applause.
Women, let all the hands come together.
Yes.
Good morning. On a day like this, I'm reminded of my mother. I'm sure she's probably not here. She's not listening to me today. But she decided to work incredibly hard. Olabisi Titilayo Okeke. It's such a privilege to be mothered by her. And sent me to good schools. And she would always say something in Yoruba for those that do not know how to speak Yoruba. The school that I decided not to go to, you would help me go to that school. And so I stand here today as somebody who is indebted to my mother. And it's remarkable that we are having a conversation today, because when I think about women leadership, it's clear that women make leaders. Women are also leaders. And more women would lead to peace, stability, and development on the African continent. Now, let me read my speech.
Plus forte, plus prospère et plus stable passe nécessairement par une participation pleine et entière des femmes à la vie politique et à la gouvernance de nos États. Je voudrais exprimer notre profonde gratitude au gouvernement et au peuple de la République fédérale du Nigeria pour leur accueil chaleureux, leur hospitalité légendaire et leur engagement constant en faveur du dialogue régional et de l'intégration ouest-africaine. J'adresse également mes sincères remerciements au réseau des femmes leaders africains, AWLN, au programme des Nations Unies du développement, le PNUD, à la Commission de l'Union africaine, à la Commission de la CEDEAO, ainsi qu'à tous nos partenaires dont la confiance, l'engagement et la collaboration ont rendu possible la tenue de cet important forum. Permettez-moi également de rendre un hommage particulier à l'honorable Adja Maïmonatou Ibrahima, présidente du Parlement de la CEDEAO, dont le leadership continue de renforcer la démocratie parlementaire, l'intégration régionale et la participation des femmes à la vie publique. Son engagement constant constitue une sorte d'inspiration pour l'ensemble des femmes parlementaires de notre communauté. Je voudrais aussi saluer son Excellence, Madame Damtien Larbi Tchanchidjiba, vice-présidente de la Commission de la CEDEAO, dont l'initiative, l'héritage, Legacy Initiative, à l'engagement, a largement contribué à nous conduire à ce moment important. Je suis d'autant plus émue quand je le dis, parce que c'est notre avenir qui en dépend. C'est nos enfants, nos jeunes sœurs qui vont vouloir partir dans l'étape de la vie publique. Et donc, je suis vraiment émue quand je cite son nom, parce que c'est la ardente guerrière et combattante de ce projet-là. Merci beaucoup. À travers cette initiative, vous nous avez rappelé une vérité essentielle. Le leadership ne se mesure pas uniquement à ce que nous accomplissons nous-mêmes, mais aussi à ce que nous transmettons à celles et ceux qui viendront après nous. Préparer la relève n'est pas un simple geste de générosité, c'est une responsabilité institutionnelle de chacune d'entre nous. Aucune institution ne peut durablement se renforcer si elle ne prépare pas les femmes et les hommes qui auront demain la responsabilité de poursuivre son œuvre. Je tiens également à féliciter le département du développement humain et des affaires sociales de la commission de la CEDEAO sous la direction de l'honorable professeur Fatou Sarr Sow pour son engagement constant en faveur du renforcement de la participation et du leadership politique des femmes dans notre région. Je souhaite enfin saluer le leadership continental de son Excellence, Madame Bineta Diop, dont l'engagement de longue date en faveur de la promotion des femmes africaines demeure une référence et une source d'inspiration pour notre continent. À tous, nos distingués participants, venus des États membres de la CEDEAO, des institutions régionales, des organisations internationales, du monde universitaire, de la société civile et du secteur privé, je souhaite la plus chaleureuse des bienvenues. Votre présence illustre notre volonté commune de faire progresser le leadership politique des femmes et de construire ensemble une gouvernance plus inclusive au service de nos peuples. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, l'adoption de la déclaration présidentielle sur la parité marque l'ouverture d'un nouveau chapitre pour notre communauté. Elle constitue un engagement politique fort de nos chefs d'État et de gouvernement. Elle constitue un engagement politique fort de nos chefs d'État et de gouvernement, je le répète 2 fois, parce qu'ils sont avec nous. Mais une déclaration, aussi ambitieuse soit-elle, n'est jamais une fin en soi. Elle est un point de départ, elle nous fixe un cap. Il nous appartient désormais de lui donner une vie à travers des politiques publiques, des réformes législatives, des institutions plus fortes et des résultats mesurables dans chacun de nos États membres. Le thème que notre forum résume parfaitement cette responsabilité collective des engagements à l'action, et je voudrais y ajouter une ambition supplémentaire, des engagements aux résultats. Car c'est à l'aune des résultats que nos concitoyennes jugeront notre capacité à tenir les promesses que nous formulons aujourd'hui. Excellences, les responsabilités qui nous incombent est immense. Nous devons faire en sorte que les engagements continuent dans la déclaration présidentielle et que se traduisent par nos réformes concrètes, des institutions plus inclusives et des progrès visibles dans la représentation, la participation et le leadership politique des femmes dans l'ensemble de notre espace communautaire. Pour ECOFEPA, il ne s'agit pas d'une initiative régionale parmi d'autres. Cette ambition est au cœur même de notre mission. Notre association occupe une position singulière à l'interface entre les engagements régionaux et la mise en œuvre dans chacune de nos États membres. Parce que nous réunissons les femmes parlementaires de toute la communauté, nous avons la responsabilité de faire le lien entre la vision portée par le niveau régional et la réalité nationale. Notre rôle est donc d'accompagner la transformation des engagements politiques en lois, des lois en politique publique, des politiques publiques en actions concrètes et des actions en résultats tangibles pour les femmes de notre région. C'est cette responsabilité que ECOFEPA entend pleinement assumer. Nous poursuivons notre plaidoyer en faveur des réformes législatives et institutionnelles nécessaires pour garantir aux femmes une participation pleine, effective et durable à la vie politique et à l'exercice des responsabilités publiques. Mais notre mission ne s'arrête pas à l'adoption des lois. Elle consiste également à préparer l'avenir. ECOFEPA doit contribuer à identifier, accompagner et former, soutenir la prochaine génération des femmes leaders. Nous avons nous-mêmes parcouru ce chemin. Nous connaissons les difficultés, les obstacles, les résistances, mais aussi les opportunités qu'offre l'engagement public. Nous savons combien le mentorat, le partage d'expériences, la solidarité et la confiance peuvent transformer un parcours. C'est pourquoi nous devons investir davantage dans celles qui viendront après nous. Nous devons partager notre expérience. Nous devons ouvrir nos réseaux. Nous devons transmettre nos connaissances. Nous devons accompagner les jeunes femmes dans les partis politiques, dans les campagnes électorales, dans les institutions publiques et tout au long de leur parcours de leadership. C'est ce que nous avons eu et que nous devons transmettre. Le mentorat ne peut être occasionnel ni informel. Il doit devenir un pilier délibéré, un engagement structuré et durable de la contribution de ECOFEPA à la mise en œuvre de la déclaration de leadership des femmes, assumer des responsabilités, des mentorats et qui poursuivent cette œuvre de demain. Si nous veillons constamment à élargir le vivrier des femmes préparées à accompagner et prêtes à assumer ces responsabilités-là. Je voudrais enfin m'adresser directement aux jeunes femmes de notre communauté qui aspirent à exercer des responsabilités de leadership. Ce n'est pas facile, mais c'est réalisable puisque nous sommes toutes là. Donc vous pouvez le faire. D'abord et avant tout, croyez en vous. Préparez-vous, formez-vous, travaillez avec rigueur, dirigez avec intégrité. N'attendez pas que quelqu'un vous dise que votre place existe. Préparez-vous à l'occuper, car elle est la vôtre. Le leadership commence bien avant l'exercice d'une fonction publique. Il commence le jour où l'on décide de servir. Excellences, distingués invités, mesdames et messieurs, au nom de l'Association des femmes parlementaires de la CEDEAO, je vous renouvelle nos plus chaleureuses salutations de bienvenue. Je forme le vœu que ce forum soit un moment d'écoute, de dialogue, d'engagement et surtout de décision. Que nous quittons Abuja avec une feuille de route claire, des responsabilités partagées et une volonté renouvelée de transformer nos engagements en un progrès durable pour les femmes et les filles de notre communauté. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention. Merci. Thank you very much. Obrigado.
Because the world can wait for women to come to the stage and leave the stage. Please, a round of applause for Mam Chantal. A very beautiful speech there, a very inspiring speech, a speech reawakening the continent of Africa and the world to arise and make room for the women of Africa. Our next speaker is a distinguished leader within the African Women Leaders Network. She serves as the global co-chair of the African Women Leaders Network, and is a former Minister of Gender, Child, and Family of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Through her public service and leadership within Olin, she continues to support efforts to strengthen women's representation, leadership, and participation in decision-making tables across Africa. But before our next speaker comes on, Your Excellencies, permit me to crave your indulgence to take just a moment to ask everyone who has an empty seat in front of you to step forward. Take your place. That seat is for you. Please, could you move forward our news camera optics do not look good with empty chairs. Please, could you move forward to the empty seat in front of you from the row where, yes, please, just there. Keep moving forward. Thank you. Thank you very much for obliging me. Thank you very much. That seat is for you. If not you, then who? Ladies, please, if you still have an empty seat in front of you, fill up that seat. Don't we love the sisterhood? Don't you love it when you feel your sister beside you? I love it. I love it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. And so, the next voice of impact you're going to hear is the Orlin Global Co-Chair and a former Minister of Gender, Child and Family of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Please join me welcome with a resonating round of applause, Marie-Louise Mwange. Please, shall we clap? Let's give her that welcome.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais dire merci et vous signaler que le mot que je prononce tout à l'heure, ce n'est pas mon mot, c'est au nom de Madame Binta Diop, qui sera avec nous d'ici là et qui m'a demandé de livrer ce mot à votre intention. Merci beaucoup. Madame la vice-présidente de la commission de la CEDEAO, Madame la ministre des Affaires féminines de la République fédérale du Nigeria, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres et membres du gouvernement, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants de l'Union africaine, de la CEDEAO, des Nations unies et des partenaires au développement, honorables députés, chers invités, bonjour. C'est un grand honneur et un privilège d'être parmi vous aujourd'hui à Abuja pour cet important forum sur le leadership politique des femmes. Permettez-moi tout d'abord d'exprimer ma sincère gratitude au gouvernement et au peuple de la République fédérale du Nigeria pour leur accueil chaleureux. Madame la ministre, soyez notre interlocutrice auprès de votre gouvernement et transmettez-leur nos vœux les plus sincères de remerciement. Je tiens aussi à féliciter nos partenaires, la Commission de la CEDEAO et le Programme des Nations Unies pour le développement PNUD, pour leur précieux engagement en faveur de la promotion du leadership politique des femmes dans notre région. Ce forum se tient à un moment décisif pour l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Dans toute la région, nous assistons à des transitions démocratiques, à des réformes constitutionnelles, à des processus électoraux et à un regain d'aspiration à la paix, à la stabilité et à une gouvernance inclusive. Ces moments présentent non seulement des défis importants, mais aussi des opportunités pour redéfinir le leadership politique pour les générations futures. Pourtant, malgré les décennies d'engagement des femmes, restent sous-représentées au sein des institutions où se prennent les décisions concernant nos sociétés. Aujourd'hui, Elle n'occupe qu'une infime partie des sièges parlementaires en Afrique de l'Ouest, tandis que des obstacles tels que la violence politique, le coût croissant des élections, les structures partisanes discriminatoires et les formes de harcèlement en ligne de plus en plus sophistiquées continuent de décourager leur participation à la vie publique. La question qui se pose n'est donc plus de savoir si les femmes doivent diriger. L'Afrique a déjà répondu à cette question. La véritable question est de savoir si nos systèmes politiques sont prêts à créer les conditions permettant aux femmes non seulement de participer, mais aussi de rivaliser, d'influencer et de diriger. C'est précisément la raison de notre présence ici aujourd'hui à Abuja. Le réseau des femmes leaders africaines a été fondé sur la conviction qu'une paix durable, une gouvernance démocratique et un développement inclusif ne peuvent être atteints sans la participation égale des femmes à tous les niveaux de décision. Nous avons œuvré sur tout le continent pour renforcer le leadership féminin, favoriser la solidarité intergénérationnelle, nouer des partenariats stratégiques et accompagner les femmes, de l'activisme de base aux plus hautes fonctions de l'État, par le biais du pilier gouvernance et participation politique de Aoline. Nous nous efforçons de dépasser le simple plaidoyer pour parvenir à un changement institutionnel concret. Pour ce faire, nous soutenons les femmes dirigeantes, les femmes leaders, renforçons les écosystèmes politiques et multiplions les occasions pour les femmes et les jeunes de participer pleinement à la prise de décision. Dans le cadre de cet engagement, Aoline se prépare à lancer l'Académie africaine du leadership féminin, une plateforme continentale conçue pour doter les femmes dirigeantes, actuelles et futures, des connaissances, des compétences, du mentorat et des réseaux stratégiques nécessaires pour s'orienter vers le leadership politique, la gouvernance, la fonction publique et la consolidation de la paix. L'Académie servira de catalyseur pour former une nouvelle génération de femmes dirigeantes africaines transformatrices, prêtes non seulement à accéder à des postes de responsabilité, mais aussi à façonner des politiques et des institutions plus inclusives, responsables et à l'écoute des besoins de nos sociétés. Aujourd'hui, en collaboration avec la CEDEAO et le PNUD, nous franchissons une nouvelle étape importante. Ce forum n'a pas été convoqué dans le seul but d'échanger des expériences. Il a été convoqué afin d'accélérer la mise en œuvre, pour identifier des réformes concrètes, mobiliser la volonté politique, renforcer la coopération régionale et, en définitive, transformer nos changements collectifs en résultats concrets pour les femmes de toute l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Au cours des 2 prochains jours, nos discussions porteront sur certains défis les plus urgents auxquels sont confrontées les femmes en politique. La réforme des partis politiques, la participation électorale, le financement des campagnes, la sécurité numérique, le leadership de jeunes femmes, la solidarité régionale et l'action collective. Plus encore, ces échanges aboutiront à l'adoption du programme d'action régional d'Abuja, qui fournira une feuille de route pratique pour accélérer le progrès vers la vision 2035 de la CEDEAO en matière de parité hommes-femmes. Excellence, l'histoire nous rappelle que le progrès ne s'est jamais fait par de simples déclarations. Il a toujours exigé un leadership politique courageux, un leadership prêt à remettre en question les systèmes en place, un leadership qui investit dans les femmes et les jeunes femmes, un leadership qui comprend que l'égalité des sexes n'est pas simplement une aspiration sociale, mais un impératif démocratique et un investissement stratégique pour la paix, la prospérité et les institutions résilientes. Alors que nous célébrons le 50e anniversaire de la CEDEAO, que ce forum devienne une nouvelle étape marquante dans le cheminement de notre région vers une gouvernance plus inclusive. Le chemin de la région vers une gouvernance inclusive. Faisons en sorte que les générations futures se souviennent d'Abuja, non seulement comme un lieu de notre rencontre, mais aussi comme le lieu où nous avons collectivement décidé de passer des promesses à la réalisation et à des engagements aux actes. Je souhaite à tous de fructueuses délibérations et des résultats concrets. Je vous remercie.
Please continue with your applause for Maman Marie-Louise. That's how I like to call her. Okay, so we're almost through the end. We have our final speaker today for the introduction, who represents the host country, Her Excellency Honorable Iman Suleiman Ibrahim. She serves as Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, where she leads national efforts focused on advancing women's empowerment, social development, and inclusive policy. As host country minister, her participation reflects Nigeria's commitment to strengthening regional dialogue and action on women's leadership and participation. Please put your hands together for the Minister of Women Affairs of Nigeria.
Thank you very much. May I start by recognizing Her Excellency Senator Dr. Chantal Fani, the President of the ECOWAS Female Parliamentarians Association. May I also recognize Her Excellency Danti Chanchi Bija. I got it. The Vice President of the ECOWAS Commission. May I also respectfully recognize my colleague from Sierra Leone, my sister Aissa Chamoy. Over the past few years, we've grown to become sisters, not just colleagues. May I also recognize Honorable Bemi Koli, my colleague from Liberia, Minister for Gender, Children, and Social Protection. Welcome to Nigeria, Bemi. May I recognize also the co-conveners of this program, Benita Diop, co-convener African Women Leaders Network. May I recognize her partner at the Owlin, Maria Louise Mwanji, also a co-chair and a former minister from the Democratic Republic of Congo. May I recognize the he for she in this room, Jide Okeke, Director of Regional Programs for the UNDP. May I recognize my dear sister. For some people, she's the head girl. For me, she's my role model. Hajia Hadiza Bala Usman, essay to Mr. President on policy and coordination. May I recognize my mentor from Harvard, Her Excellency Rosin Kolbari, the former Minister for Economy, Finance, Development, and Foreign Affairs from Burkina Faso. Thank you so much for your mentoring. Thank you for all the support that you give me on this role. May I recognize all distinguished delegates from all other West African countries. I would like to also recognize Her Excellency Iwerelu Bisi Fayemi, former First Lady of Ekiti State, one of my mentors as well. I recognize you. She's done a lot for gender in Nigeria. May I recognize all members of civil society. May I recognize all women leaders of their respective groups. May I recognize all invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Great African women. Welcome to Abuja, the capital of Nigeria, one of the most beautiful cities in the world. I'm sure you all agree. And I hope you're enjoying our hospitality, because Nigerians are the most hospitable people that I know. It is my singular honor, on behalf of the federal government of Nigeria and the good people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, to warmly welcome you to Abuja for this high-level Women's Political Leadership Forum. Your presence is a powerful affirmation that women's political leadership is no longer simply a matter of representation. It's a strategic imperative for democratic consolidation. Inclusive governance, peace, security, sustainable development across Africa. May I commend African Women's Leaders Network, the AULIN, the ECOWAS, UNDP, and all our esteemed partners for convening this timely dialogue. This forum comes at a defining moment in our regional journey. As ECOWAS celebrates 50 years of regional integration, we must also confront an enduring reality. Although women constitute over 50% of our African population, their representation in political decision-making remains disproportionately low, with the regional average of women in national parliament still below 20. Against this backdrop, this forum provides a strategic platform to translate the Presidential Declaration on Gender Parity in political representation from aspiration into measurable action, making gender-responsive leadership a defining legacy of the ECOWAS at 50. Nigeria approaches this responsibility with deliberate institutional resolve. We're concluding the end-term review of our National Gender Policy 2021-2026, while laying the foundation of a third-generation national gender policy that responds to the emerging national realities. Central to this transition remains our unwavering commitment to the minimum 35% affirmative action benchmark for women's participation in governance and political party structures. Complementing this effort, our third-generation National Action Plan under United Security Council Resolution 1325, now domesticated across 16 states, continues to strengthen women's leadership in peace building, conflict prevention, and security governance. These reforms are further reinforced by the renewed hope agenda of His Excellency, Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the Nigerians' declaration of 2026 as the year of families and social development. This recognizes that the family remains the first institution of leadership, citizenship, and national values. When women lead, families thrive. When families thrive, societies prosper. This philosophy is reflected in our social protection architecture, where women account for over 70% of beneficiaries of major national social investment programs and economic empowerment initiatives, demonstrating that investing in women delivers measurable returns for households, for our communities, and for our national development. Ladies and gentlemen, at the subnational level, we're witnessing encouraging and transformative progress that dispels any negative narrative around stagnation. States such as Kwara and Ekiti have already exceeded the 35% affirmative action benchmark in key areas of governance and political inclusion. Thank you. Demonstrating that deliberate policy commitments yields measurable results. This growing momentum across progressive states reflects a shifting landscape where gender inclusion is increasingly being institutionalized rather than treated as an exception. And it underscores the importance of scaling these best practices nationwide to ensure that every state aligns with the national aspiration for equitable representation. Encouragingly, the trajectory is more positive within the appointive leadership. Under the renewed hope administration of His Excellency, Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, women currently constitute approximately 17 to 20% of the Federal Executive Council, while occupying over 30% of senior management positions across federal civil service. Significantly, since 2015, Nigeria has consistently entrusted the office of the head of civil service of the Federation to distinguish women, affirming the confidence reposed in women's competence, integrity, and administrative leadership. Similarly, dear delegates, progress is evident across the judiciary, where women now constitute approximately 1/3 of judges in Nigeria, in Nigerian superior courts of record, and are increasingly leading key judicial, regulatory, and professional institutions. Overall, women make up about 33% of judiciary in Nigeria, reflecting a steady advancement and the gradual dismantling of long-standing structural barriers within the justice system. I'm pleased to note that the Solicitor General of the Federation, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, the President of the Court of Appeal, the Director General of the Nigerian Law School, and the most recently President of the Nigerian Bar Association are all women. These landmark appointments provide compelling evidence that women continue to excel when entrusted with leadership responsibilities and serve as a powerful reminder that merit, when allowed, prevails, no gender. Progress is equally evident within our security architecture, where barriers continue to fall through the appointment of women into strategic leadership positions across the armed forces, the Nigerian police force, the intelligence agencies, and paramilitary services. This milestone reinforces a simple truth. When opportunities are deliberately created, women consistently excel. It may also interest you to note that the current head of the Nigerian Immigration Service is a woman. Nigeria has equally recorded the appointment of its very first female Deputy Director General within the intelligence community. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, political leadership must also rest on a strong foundation of economic empowerment. Nigeria's National Women's Economic Empowerment Policy of 2023-2028 estimates that closing the gender gap in economic participation could contribute a whopping $229 billion to Nigerians' gross domestic product. This vision being advanced through the $540 million investment of the Nigerian for Women Scale-Up Program, supported by the World Bank in collaboration with the subnationals, which targets a minimum of 5 million women directly and estimated 25 million Nigerians indirectly. Already, over 460,000 women have been organized into a more structured collective group and have collectively mobilized over 4.4 billion of their own money, demonstrating that economically empowering women becomes stronger civic and political actors. This expanding economic agency is now translating into the unprecedented political mobilization. Earlier this year, women from 774 local government areas of Nigeria united under the banner of the power of 10 million, one voice, one movement, one choice, organized across Nigeria's 8,809 electoral wards. This movement seeks to mobilize more than 10.5 million women into a coordinated national constituency for democratic participation. Through the presentation of the Nigerian Women's Charter for National Development, Nigerian women declared their readiness to not merely vote, but to shape policies, to influence governors, and to define the nation's future. The same leadership capacity is equally reflected within Nigeria's corporate sector. Currently, women lead 11 out of 24 Nigerian commercial banks, representing approximately 45.8% of banking chief executives. Thank you very much. While occupying more than 31% of corporate board seats nationwide. At the Central Bank of Nigeria, women constitute to hold strategic executive positions, including 25% of deputy governor's position. This achievement demonstrates that whatever institutional barriers are lowered and merit is allowed to flourish, women lead with excellence, innovation, and measurable results. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the evidence before us is compelling. Across Africa, the continent does not suffer from deficit of capable women. It continues to contend with structural barriers that limit opportunities. While the global average of women's representation in national parliament has risen to approximately 27%, Africans' representation in many countries remains significantly below the benchmark, with persistent gap in both legislative and executive leadership. Our task over the next 2 days is to therefore set clear to transform political commitments into enforceable legislation, strengthen affirmative action frameworks, expand financing for women candidates, deepen regional collaboration and establish accountability mechanisms that will accelerate gender parity across ECOWAS and the African continent. And but foundation and movements are not enough on their own. So permit me to move this forum from diagnosis to prescriptions with 7 concrete proposals I recommend we carefully consider. Firstly, and most concretely, let us consider to establish a Women's Political Leadership Trust Fund. If the cost of entry is the barrier, then we must build a bridge. I propose a dedicated, professionally managed financing facility to defray nomination fees, campaign costs, capacity building for credible candidates. We have blended finance instruments to strengthen women's businesses. It is time we build one to support women's candidacy. Secondly, we may wish to convert the 35% benchmark from an aspiration into an enforceable commitment. And let us be clear, the 35% is a floor, not a ceiling. A region whose population is more than half women, in an ideal world, should be more than half its representation held by women. 35% is not destination, it's a fair and realistic place to begin. The journey towards parity. But even that floor will not be reached by goodwill. Political parties must carry the greatest share of responsibility. It is the parties that draw the candidate list, and therefore the parties must commit to ensuring their candidature list meets the minimum gender threshold before their lists are submitted to INEC. May I urge our electoral frameworks should consider the empowerment of electoral bodies, such as INEC, to be able to ensure that this becomes a reality. Thirdly, let us forge a standing alliance between civil society and women already in office. Too often, our advocates and our office holders work in separate rooms. I propose a formal ECOWAS Women's Leadership Compact that pairs civil society organizations, which supplies research and mobilization, and public pressure with 7 women legislators and appointees who supply access to the chambers where laws are actually passed. Advocacy outside the building and power inside it must stop operating as strangers. CSOs and politicians must work so that aspiration meets reality. Fourth, and this is a call I direct to women ourselves. Let us resolve to support one another at the ballot. We must be honest in this room. Part of the answer lies not only with the parties and institutions, but with us. Too often, when a competent woman with a proven track record appears on the ballot, she does not receive the block of support from women voters that her record deserves. We are almost half of the registered voters in Nigeria. That is a decisive electoral force wherever we choose to act as one. Let us ask ourselves plainly, why do women not more consistently vote for women who have demonstrated capacity and integrity? Solidarity at the ballot box is not favoritism, it's a strategy. And if we will not stand behind our own most qualified daughters, we cannot expect other people to stand behind them. The fifth is we build a pipeline deliberately, not by chance. I propose that a regional women's leadership academy, like the one in Rwanda, to identify and prepare women at the ward, local government levels, where political careers genuinely begin, so that we never again told that there are no qualified women. We will have them prepared themselves from the onset and in thousands. The sixth is to rejuvenate the women's movement so that we can continue to speak with one voice. In Nigeria, we have the voting bloc, and that is enough for us to negotiate. The seventh is to continue to cultivate positive masculinity. You heard one Jide spoke, and that is the story of many, many men. They were either raised single-handedly by women, or they were a key influence in their lives. And if we put them as co-owners of this agenda, then we can be able to record more outcomes. As I conclude, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as this conversation concludes in the next few days, let us remember that history is shaped not merely by those who gather to discuss change, but by those who summon the courage to institutionalize it. Let this forum mark a turning point where evidence informs policy, partnership drives progress, and political will delivers measurable outcomes for the women and girls on our region. Together, let's build a West Africa where every woman has an equal opportunity to lead, Every democracy benefits from a full strength of its people, and every nation prospers because it has chosen to be inclusive than exclusive. I thank you for the kind attention. I wish us all a fruitful deliberation and a productive and impactful outcome. Enjoy the rest of your time in Abuja. May God bless you all. Thank you.
Many reasons she is called the Magnificent Iman. Please, shall we give a round of applause to Nigeria's Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development, Honorable Iman Suleiman Ibrahim, FSI, a sister's keeper, a believer in humanity, a voice for women. And since her emergence as the Minister of Women Affairs, a lot has changed positively in Nigeria's gender space. Please keep that applause coming. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you for reminding us that 35% should be the threshold to start, and not just the benchmark that we believe in. And that's the message African women are taking back wherever they go to for their conversations on the table of leadership. Thank you to all our distinguished speakers for your inspiring welcome remarks and for reaffirming the importance of collective action in advancing women's political leadership across West Africa. Please, shall we give all our speakers a round of applause? All right, Your Excellencies, it is now time to hear from the voice of the future. One of the things the children of Nigeria did ask for when they visited the Honorable Minister, they asked her, why can't we have a Ministry of Children's Affairs with a child as the minister? Because Nigerian children are saying that anything done without us is against us and it's not for us. And mothers of Africa, African women have understood that importance. And that's why we're going to hear the voice of an African child who is going to enthrall us and send a message through poetry and storytelling, which have long served as powerful tools for expressing hope, challenging barriers, and imagining new possibilities. Our next voice reflects the journeys of women leaders across West Africa, their resilience, their contributions, and aspirations for a more inclusive continent of Africa. Please join me welcome the voice of the future, the Zara Source Zara. Join me welcome spoken word artist Fatima Zara Abdullahi. Please, let's make her feel welcome.
This morning, I would like you to say to yourself, I am beautiful and industrious. Good morning, everyone. My name is Fatima Zara Abdullahi, and I am a spoken word poet. Those who say women are powerless do not know what it feels like to have an African mother. Women who will give you one paragraph instruction by just batting their eyes. I learned from my mother that a woman is a storm as well as a soft breeze. God wanted to show the world what strength and resilience look like. So he made women, scattered them around the world, and planted them in the midst of chaos. So that growth can teach us that new beginning is a beautiful thing. Women like Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, who nurtured Liberia out of civil war. Women like Hajia Gambo Soaba, who carried the pain of generation so we all can have a place at the seat of power. Women like Amina J. Muhammad, an epitome of excellence and progress, who is showing the world that sometimes what a man can do, a woman can do even better. Women like Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, who teach us that we should never put a limitation on our ambitions. Women like Alhani Islam, who turned a poem into a manifesto for a better future. Your big heart is the reason dreams can find a place here. And look how far you have come, breaking stereotypes and changing the status quo. There was a time when education of a girl only ends in the kitchen. But these days, women are cooking in the seats of power, making policies and leading the charge for change. Women are eating good and leaving no crumbs. You are proof that greatness has no gender bias, that anyone can be anything regardless of where they come from. And yes, the journey is far from over. We still need more women to make way for girls like me. More women as governors, more women as senators, more women as presidents, more women as directors and CEOs. Because the future is ours to be taken. And whenever a nation reaches for greatness, women will be there calling the shot. So today, my lovely and beautiful women, never forget that you're everything this world needs to be whole. Experiencing the best version of you is how we begin to climb to the top. Thank you.
For her. A brilliant, brilliant, brilliant spoken word artist. She's really the confirmation that the future is indeed very, very bright. Thank you very, very, very much. And it's so amazing to have a brilliant young girl come and speak to us about how powerful women are. We are going to now move to another keynote address by Her Excellency Miss Hauna Eziakonwa, who would have loved to be with us today, but she couldn't. So I'm going to ask the tech team to prepare her video. She's the UN Assistant Secretary General for UNDP and Assistant Administrator and Director for the Regional Bureau for Africa. Please now project her video and her keynote message. Can we check for the sound and start over, please?
It's such a pleasure to be able to address you at this, I think, really important moment for women's political leadership in West Africa. You know, this continent, Africa, has no shortage of women with the ability, the ambition, the resolve, and the commitment to lead. Yet I think too many women continue to really face entrenched financial, institutional, social, and indeed cultural barriers that limit their entry into political life and constrain their influence once they actually attain office. And across Africa, we know that women hold only 27% of parliamentary seats, 9% of political party leadership positions, just 13% of senior executive positions, 24% of cabinet hosts, and 25% of local government seats. That's simply not enough. This exclusion has consequences for society as a whole. Greater representation of women in political leadership is associated with stronger democratic legitimacy, but also more inclusive policies, improved peace, and also development outcomes. Our task is really not to ask women to adapt to the unequal political systems that they face, but really to transform those systems. It is in response to this challenge that UNDP, in partnership with the African Women Leaders Network and the African Union, established the African Facility for Women in Political Leadership. Through the facility, we are preparing to launch, actually this month, the African Academy for Women's Political Leadership in Kigali. The inaugural cohort will bring together 40 exceptional women from 28 African countries and the Caribbean. The idea is to equip them with the leadership skills, the strategic networks, and the influence that they need to shape policies and decisions that are driving the continent's development. In line with this commitment, UNDP will also support the African Union Commission in developing guidelines to address the financial barriers to women's political participation. We want to build on the outcomes of the ECOWAS Ministerial Meeting on Gender, which was co-hosted earlier this year alongside the Commission on the Status of Women. Together with the African Young Women Leaders Fellowship Program, which has actually supported about 95 young women from Africa across the continent. These initiatives that we're discussing are strengthening a pipeline of women leaders at every stage of their leadership journey. This forum today must now translate that continental ambition into practical action in West Africa. It needs to build on the momentum that was generated by the ECOWAS Gender Parity Declaration, and congratulations to ECOWAS on that. The region is navigating elections, governance reforms, and of course, political transitions that are quite complex. And these will shape the democratic trajectory of the region for decades to come. Our objective is really quite concrete. By the close of this dialogue, we must have an actionable plan to address all of these challenges, the financial, the institutional, the social, the cultural, and of course the digital barriers to women's political participation. Achieving gender parity requires men as well. It requires them to recognize that women's political leadership is not a concession, but essential to stronger democracy, and to act as genuine allies by challenging discrimination, sharing political space, and of course, removing the barriers to women's leadership. I hope this forum becomes really that foundation for a lasting sisterhood, one that shares knowledge, opens doors, defends women that are facing intimidation and exclusion, and one that exercises collective influence across political parties, generations, and borders. Let it also mark a decisive shift from representation to influence, from isolated achievement to collective power, and from declarations to delivery. I want to assure you that UNDP stands ready to accompany you on this journey. Please continue to count on our partnership.
I think that is one of Nigeria's best daughters gifted to Africa and the world, and she deserves a better round of applause. My co-host has signaled that we would have to go for a little tea break, but not before we take your beautiful faces in framed memories before we go. because when you take tea, something might leave the face. And we need to have it all put together. So permit me to have Madam President to lead the minister and members on the first row up for a group photograph, please. Madam President, lead the minister and all. This is a power photo, and Mr. Jide is going to be the topic in this photo. A great he for she. Shall we clap for him, please? Up. Yes, we're coming up. We're coming up, please. Up here. Madam President, my minister is looking out for you. Please, could you take one step back? One step. Thank you. Are we okay? Could we say women? 1, 2, 3, and we say women. Women o'clock in Africa. My Honorable Minister and Madam President, ma'am, as you go back to your seats, I have just been informed that before the tea, we have to take one more keynote speech. Forgive me there and forgive us for the mix. And this speech is a keynote which will represent regional institution at the center of West Africa's integration and collective action. The next voice we are going to hear provides leadership within the Commission's governance structures and contributes to advancing regional priorities, including integration, peace, security, development, and inclusive participation. Her role reflects ECOWAS's continued commitment to strengthening regional cooperation and advancing initiatives that support women's empowerment and gender equality. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies, and a few gentlemen, join me welcome Her Excellency Madam Chichimbidja. Please, a round of applause for her. Please clap for my sister.
Thank you very much for such a warm introduction. Thank you, ladies, gentlemen. Honorable Iman Suleiman Ibrahim, Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Honorable Dr. Aissata Mahoy, Minister of Gender and Children's Affairs from Sierra Leone, Honorable Gbeme Horace Coley, Minister of Gender, Children and Social Protection from the Republic of Liberia, Her Excellency Mrs. Ahuna Isiakunwa, who's just joined us virtually, UN Assistant Secretary General, UNDP, and the Director of the Regional Bureau for Africa, Her Excellency Dr. Chantal Fani, President of ECOFEPA, Senator of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, Her Excellency Madame Bineta Diop, co-convener of the African Women Leaders Network, AULIN, our wonderful he for she, Mr. Jide Okike, Director of the Regional Program for Africa at UNDP, honorable representatives of ministers of gender of all our member states, all women leaders, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us today. There are moments in the life of a community when it has the opportunity to shape history. I believe this is one of those moments. Just days ago in Freetown, Sierra Leone, at the summit of the future of regional integration in West Africa, the authority of ECOWAS heads of state and government adopted the Presidential Declaration on strengthening the representation of women in political leadership in the ECOWAS region. The initiative was conceived as part of the legacy, the 50th anniversary celebration of ECOWAS, which we commemorated last year. It was intended to not only honor 5 decades of regional cooperation, but also to leave an enduring foundation for the next chapter of our community, one in which the leadership of our region more fully reflects the talents, experiences, and aspirations of all our people. In adopting the declaration, our leaders affirmed an important truth, that the strength of our democracies, the quality of our governance, and the future of our development depend on the ability of all citizens, women and men alike, to participate fully in shaping the destiny of our region. The adoption of both the Pact of the Future of Regional Integration and the Presidential Declaration demonstrated the intentionality of our leaders in charting a more inclusive and people-centered course for the future of our regional integration. The Pact of the Future provides the overarching framework for renewing and strengthening our community, while the Declaration gives practical expression to its commitment to inclusive governance. Both are firmly anchored in the aspirations of ECOWAS Vision 2050 and its promise of an ECOWAS of the people while ensuring peace and prosperity for all. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, across our region, democracy has continued to evolve. We have strengthened institutions, supported electoral processes, and deepened regional cooperation. These efforts have helped to establish ECOWAS as an important force for peace, stability, and democratic governance. Yet one significant challenge continues to prevent our democracies from fully reflecting the people they serve: the persistent underrepresentation of women in political leadership. Women constitute more than half of our population and make indispensable contributions across every sphere of society. They lead businesses, sustain families and communities, build peace, drive innovation, and contribute immeasurably to economic and social progress. Yet, their presence in the institutions and processes where decisions are made remain far below the scale of their contribution in public life. Today, women occupy only 18.5% of parliamentary seats across West Africa, and that number is even dropping, well below the African average of 25% and the global average of 26.5%. Several ECOWAS member states have demonstrated commendable leadership through legislative and policy reforms, including gender quotas and parity laws, aimed at opening political space and expanding opportunities for women's participation and leadership. These reforms mark important progress and offer valuable lessons for the region. However, progress remains uneven. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, strengthening women's political leadership is not only about correcting a long-standing imbalance, it is also central to the economic and social progress of our region. The International Monetary Fund estimates that closing the gender gap could increase economic output by 10 to 35%, depending on national circumstances. Behind those figures are real possibilities. The World Bank similarly estimates that countries lose approximately 14% of their human capital wealth when women are unable to fully participate in economic and public life. These findings reinforce what many of our communities already understand. Institutions become more responsive, economies more productive, and development more inclusive when we make full use of our human capital potential. This conviction lies at the heart of the Presidential Declaration. The Declaration provides a regional framework for action and calls for sustained engagement by member states, ECOWAS institutions, and all sectors of society. It calls upon member states to strengthen constitutional, legal, and policy frameworks that create an enabling environment for women's political participation and leadership. It encourages political parties to review their nomination processes, internal structures, and leadership practices so that women have genuine opportunities to compete for elected office and participate in decision-making within their parties. It calls for greater investment in leadership development, mentorship, capacity building, and networks of support for women seeking public office. It recognizes political financing as a major barrier and calls for measures that improve women's access to campaign resources and other forms of political support. It further emphasizes the need to address restrictive social norms through education, advocacy, and constructive engagement with civil society organizations, academia, and the media. Importantly, it envisages a central role for the ECOWAS Commission in supporting implementation through regional coordination, technical assistance, peer learning, the exchange of best practices, and mechanisms for monitoring progress. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, over the course of the next 2 days, we are called to rub minds over how to best move decisively from shared commitment to a practical and coordinated program of action. Each participant brings a distinct mandate, experience, and sphere of influence. The value of this forum will therefore rest on our ability to bring these different contributions together around a shared and sustained implementation agenda. As we begin this important endeavor, allow me to acknowledge those whose commitment and leadership made the presidential declaration a reality. I would like to express my profound appreciation to the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of States and Government for their vision in adopting the declaration and for demonstrating their commitment to strengthening the inclusion of women and their participation in public life. I extend my sincere gratitude to Dr. Omar Aliou Touré, President of the ECOWAS Commission, and to the entire management team of the Commission for their unwavering support throughout this process. I wish to pay a special tribute to our sister, the Honorable Dr. Aissata Mahoy, Minister of Gender and Children's Affairs of the Republic of Sierra Leone. During the Sierra Leone's just concluded tenure as chair of ECOWAS, the Honorable Minister provided active and support to this initiative. From its inception through its adoption, her leadership was instrumental in advancing the process and bringing it to fruition. My warm gratitude also goes to the Honorable Minister of Gender, Children and Social Protection of the Republic of Liberia, our dear sister, Her Excellency Beme Horace Colley, for her consistent support. I wish to acknowledge with deep appreciation the ECOWAS Female Parliamentarian Association, ECOFEPA, under the leadership of its president, my beloved elder sister and auntie, Her Excellency Senator Chantal Fanny. Through her steadfast commitment to mentorship, knowledge sharing, and the deliberate nurturing of future women leaders, ECOFEPA continues to strengthen the pipeline of women prepared to lead our region into the future. My appreciation also goes to the dedicated staff of the ECOWAS Commission and community institutions, in particular the ECOWAS Gender Development Center, for the diligence and professionalism that has helped to lay the foundation upon which we stand now. I wish to express my sincere appreciation to the United Nations Development Program Regional Bureau for Africa, led by Assistant Secretary General, our dear sister Ahuna Isiakonwa, and to her entire team for their steadfast partnership. As ASG, Ahuna embarks on her new leadership role as the UN Secretary General's Special Advisor on Africa. I extend my warmest congratulations and I wish her every success in this important new chapter of service. I have every confidence that Africa will continue to benefit from her vision, experience, and deep commitment to the continent. Let me also take this opportunity to extend my sincere appreciation to the African Women Leaders Network, AWLIN, and in particular to its co-convener, Her Excellency, my dear elder sister, Madame Bineta Diop, for the network's valued partnership in advancing women's leadership across our continent. Madame Diop's vision, advocacy, and tireless efforts over many years have inspired women across Africa to pursue leadership, overcome barriers, and strive for greatness. Her example reminds us of the difference that determination, consistency, and courage can make, and we remain deeply grateful for her enduring contribution to our common cause. To the institutions, civil society organizations, women leaders, and development partners who believed in this initiative and supported it throughout the process, I offer my sincere gratitude. please allow me to express, on behalf of all of us, our sincere appreciation to the government and of the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for graciously hosting this forum and for the warm hospitality extended to all participants. I also wish to convey my heartfelt appreciation to our dear sister, Her Excellency Iman Suleiman Ibrahim, Honorable Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, for her steadfast commitment to advancing the empowerment, participation, and leadership of women in the giant of Africa. Given Nigeria's influence and central role within our community, the progress Nigeria achieves in this area will resonate far beyond its borders. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this forum is being held as my tenure as Vice President of the ECOWAS Commission draws to a close. It is particularly gratifying to conclude my mandate on a note of hope. Hope that the declaration of our leaders will open new pathways for women, strengthen our institutions, and contribute to a more inclusive future for our region. It has been my profound honor to serve the people of West Africa in this leadership capacity. I remain deeply grateful for the confidence placed in me and for the opportunity to contribute in my own way to the continuing journey of our community. I also wish to thank everyone here present and the many colleagues and partners across our region for the support, cooperation, and friendship extended to me throughout my tenure. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, last year, as we commemorated 50 years of regional integration in the ECOWAS, sees a future filled with possibilities. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention. Muito obrigado. I thank you for your kind attention.
Another round of applause. It looks like we are not rushing into this tea time, but we'll get there. Just one quick last speech before we have to go to tea time. It's going to be from the representative of the governor of Kwara State, Mrs. Olasumbo Florence Oyeyemi. She's a former commissioner for finance of Kwara State, APC candidate, House of Representatives. Please come to the stage. You're between us and tea, so I hope it will be quick. Thank you.
I'll make it quick. Thank you. Your Excellencies, honorable ministers, heads of government agencies here present, parliamentarians here present, development organizations, partners, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to you all. Okay, I'm Olasumbo Florence Oyeyemi. I'm APC flag bearer and candidate for Ekiti Rekpodun Isi Okera Federal Constituency, Kwara State. And it's a profound honor and privilege to represent His Excellency Malam Abdurrahman Abdurrazak, the Executive Governor of Kwara State, Chairman of the Nigeria's Governors Forum, and President of the Forum of African Regions at this distinguished occasion. I am delighted to extend the warm greetings of His Excellency to the organizers of this timely West Africa Women's Leadership Forum, especially the African Women Leaders Network, in partnership with the United Nations Development Program, ECOWAS, and other regional stakeholders, for convening this important platform to advance the cause of women in leadership across the region. With your kind permission, I have the honor to deliver the goodwill message of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kwara State. The theme of this forum resonates strongly with our experience in Kwara State. Since 2019, our administration has deliberately pursued a governance philosophy anchored on inclusion, equity, and equal opportunity. We took the bold decision to place women from diverse backgrounds at the heart of governance, beginning with a cabinet that had a 56.25% female majority, the highest on the African continent at that time. Today, our cabinet reflects perfect gender balance with women and men each accounting for 50%. In 2021, I signed into law a legislation mandating a minimum of 35% affirmative action in all political appointments, including within the state bureaucracy. What began as a policy choice has now become an enduring part of Kwara's political culture. Working closely with our political leaders in 2023, we also ensured that women secure 20% representation in the Kwara State House of Assembly, up from 0 in 2019. The momentum continues. Following the recently concluded party primaries, women now account for 25% of House of Assembly candidates in Kwara State, while 1 in the 6 APC House of Representative tickets has gone to a woman. Well, the woman is standing before you today. In full alignment with our party's progressive policy, women aspirants also enjoyed free nomination forms, removing financial barriers and encouraging broader participation in the electoral process. These intentional actions have emboldened women to participate more actively in governance, expanded the frontiers of political inclusion, and strengthened our democratic institution. More importantly, they have shattered long-standing glass ceilings. Today, strong women's inclusion is no longer an exception in Kwara State. It is the rule. Thank you. We have absolutely no regrets about these bold decisions because they have enriched governance, policy formulation, and accelerated sustainable development. Beyond Kwara State, I continue to engage with national political stakeholders in support of the affirmative action legislative proposal before the National Assembly. I firmly believe that institutionalizing gender inclusion is not merely a matter of justice. It is a strategic imperative for sustainable development, stronger democratic institutions, and more responsive governance. It is in this spirit that I fully align with the Abuja Regional Action Agenda on accelerating women's political participation and the development of a regional acceleration roadmap towards the ECOWAS 2035 gender parity goal. Our region's future prosperity depends on ensuring that women occupy a rightful place as critical partners in leadership and decision-making. As we deliberate over the next 2 days, I urge us all to remain bold, intentional, and united in translating our commitment into measurable outcomes. Together, we can build a West Africa where every woman with the capacity to lead has the opportunity to serve, be heard, influence policy, and contribute meaningfully to peace, prosperity, and sustainable development. I wish you all fruitful deliberations and every success. Thank you, and God bless.
Please, a round of applause to her. Our flag bearer. Everybody clap for the flag bearer. If you know how negotiations are made to emerge a flag bearer of a party and a ruling party and to be a woman, you would clap better. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have a slight tweak to the programming. Since we didn't quite start on time, after due consultations with the leaderships here, we have decided that we have the first panel. The day is still young, and anybody who wants tea could just step out, grab tea, walk in, because the panel conversation is very okay. We will just call them because the minister has, the ministers and the leadership have said we need to juggle in some things. So, but we would now move on to the first panel, which is a high-level segment on the implementation of the ECOWAS Gender Parity Agenda 2035 vision. This high-level dialogue will focus on translating regional commitments on gender parity to practical country-level action, and will also examine the political, legal, and institutional measures required to accelerate women's representation and leadership across Africa. We will look at the implementation of ECOWAS gender parity, legal and institutional mechanisms, and much more. Please permit me most respectfully, maybe we should put this to a 3-minute vote to just allow people grab tea and walk in. Those in favor say aye. The ayes have it. Please just grab your tea and walk in. You have 3 minutes to do that. 3 minutes to do that, please. Thank you for your kind understanding, our leadership. Thank you for your patience. Please just grab your tea and walk in. And while that is going on, could we have 2 more chairs and 2 extra microphones added? Yes, please. Technical, we want 2 extra microphones, please.
So for everyone that was in the first row, we have your tea time in the VIP room. Yes, so please grab your tea from the VIP room if you were on the first row, and everyone should be back in 1.5 minutes.
Please, shall we all come inside so that we kickstart the panel session, please? Please come in and take your seats. Impact Making Women of Africa, please come inside and let's kickstart. If your neighbor is missing, call your neighbor. Please take your seats. Take your seats, please. I beseech all of you, take your seats, Your Excellencies. Technical, please bring down the music. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies. Please let the meeting in front end. Thank you. Good afternoon once again, Your Excellencies. Welcome back from that very short but much needed tea break. We're about to step into our very first panel session. And it is a high-level segment on the implementation of the ECOWAS Gender Parity Agenda 2035. It's aimed at translating regional commitments on gender parity into practical country-level actions. We have a lot of things to focus on, but it's all about finding solutions to the continent's challenges when it comes to women in leadership. Permit me invite the moderator of the panel, a former ECOWAS permanent representative to the African Union, Ambassador Francis Oke. Please a round of applause for him. Women, can we clap for the men who have come to be our allies? Your Excellency, you're welcome. Do I allow you introduce the others, or do I do that for you? Okay, you have to introduce them. No problem. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Before I will introduce the high-level panel, allow me to share one experience with you, because today is very important for me. What I want to share with you, it will be quick because we are running about time. In 1996, in my country, in Benin, we had 26 candidates for presidential election. Only one woman. Only one woman. And the journalists, they asked the sitting president, among the 26 candidates, who is the strongest challenger for you? He is the sitting president. You know what he said? It's the only one woman who is my challenger. You see how strong you are. And the journalist said, why do you say that? Because women are 52% in Benin. Thank you very much. So, as she said, our panel is about implementation of ECOWAS gender parity agenda. And as you know, the head of state, they have already engaged. Now, how can we implement this engagement? And we are happy to have high-level women with us in this panel at ECOWAS level and at national level. So I will kindly invite them to come to the podium. So I want to respectfully invite Her Excellency, Madame Damien Chinchin Tiba, Vice President of ECOWAS, to come to the panel. Please applaud her. Sorry. I also want respectfully to invite Madame Honorable Imam Suleiman Ibrahim, Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development of Federal Republic of Nigeria. Please sit, Excellency. I hope there's enough chair for our high-level panelists. I would like to invite Honorable Dr. Issata Mahwa, Minister of Gender and Children Affairs of Sierra Leone. I will also invite Madame Beme Ores Koli, Minister of Gender, Children and Social Protection, Republic of Liberia. It's a very strong, high-level panel. Following, I will invite Madame Nukun Yaovi Edem Flagbe, Acting Secretary. She's there? Ah, is Mr. Sorry. Sorry. He is Acting Secretary General of the Ministry of Social Solidarity, Gender, Family, and Child Protection of the Republic of Togo. Following, we will have Mrs. Fatoumata Jawara Toukre, representative of the Minister of Gender, Children and Social Welfare, Republic of Gambia. And finally, but not the least, Madame Agnès Oladun Badou Savi, Office of the Ministry of Family and Social Affairs of Benin Republic, my country. Where is she? Bonne arrivée. Donc, nous avons la chance d'avoir des dames qui occupent de hautes fonctions, qui vont nous aider à mieux comprendre comment, au niveau national et d'abord au niveau régional, la déclaration signée à Freetown sera mise en œuvre. Donc, nous devons aller très, très vite. Et cette discussion permettra d'identifier les actions politiques, juridiques et institutionnelles prioritaires nécessaires pour traduire la déclaration de la CEDEAO sur la parité des sexes en résultats concrets et applicables au niveau national dans toute l'Afrique de l'Ouest. C'est pour ça que je vais d'abord donner la parole à son Excellence, Madame la vice-présidente de la CEDEAO, pour nous dire, voilà, aujourd'hui, cette déclaration a été signée au niveau régional. Alors, avant que les pays n'interviennent, nous voulons savoir de vous comment la CEDEAO pourra supporter les États à mettre en place, pour que cette déclaration soit une réalité. Parce que nous avons bien dit, nous devons passer de l'engagement à la mise en œuvre. Donc, Madame la vice-présidente, vous avez la parole. Pendant 5 minutes, dites-nous comment la région va soutenir les États pour mettre en œuvre cette importante déclaration. Parce que les déclarations, il y en a toujours eu. Mais cette fois-ci, les femmes s'engagent à ce que nous quittons l'engagement aux actions. Donc, mais elles auront besoin du soutien de la CEDEAO. Madame la VP, vous avez la parole. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Ambassadeur Francis Oke. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's truly a pleasure and honor for me to be here with you today. And I would like to seize this opportunity once again to thank everyone who has participated and supported us in the process of getting this declaration signed. Again, a declaration remains, a piece of paper, but it is our duty now to make sure we give life to this declaration by establishing a roadmap. And ECOWAS will accompany member states to own this declaration, to own the content of the declaration, and to out of the declaration draw the our essential points in order to make them national policy reforms, in order to implement them locally. So there has to be a national appropriation of member states in terms of this declaration. As ECOWAS Commission, and along with all the other ECOWAS institutions, meaning the Parliament that we've been working with very closely, the ECOWAS Gender Center, and our Department of Humanitarian Affairs, we will be supporting the member states in the policy reforms, and giving a sense of direction, and also serving as a monitoring body to monitor the progress that that would take place from the signing of the declaration and through the implementation steps. And together, we, as I said, need to elaborate a roadmap. And this is what we need: the support and the participation of every single one of you. And it's important that we find the appropriate partners, and UNDP being one of them, to fully support this process. As I say, the declaration remains a piece of paper, but giving it life is what we're here for. There are various steps to accomplishing this. We will continue to engage member states, and we will use ECOWAS's convening power to get all member states at the same table in order to develop that roadmap and implement it, but to look at the national, the specificity at each national level. What works in country A may not necessarily be the same formula one would use in a different country. So we need to take that into account. And the countries themselves are well equipped, to do that work. But we will also use ECOWAS as a platform for the sharing of best practices, what is working well elsewhere, and for peer learning, so that member states are all looking in the same direction, trying to implement the same the same goals that we have set for ourselves. So for us, it's important that we pull the entire region upwards and that we do it in a coordinated fashion so that we can reap the benefits of this declaration that was signed by member states. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam VP. So, as you just heard, she said that ECOWAS will set up a platform for exchange of best practice. As you know, some countries are far more than some others. So, this platform will help to be at the same level ECOWAS has engaged. Now we will ask our Honorable Minister of State and Minister of Nigeria. Please, Madam, tell us, in Nigeria level, how do you think this declaration can be concrete? Because it's time for women to be more represented at senatorial, at the parliament, and even governor. But how can we count on you? Because we have a declaration, the head of state, they have signed. Now, we have to play our game. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. I would like to use the opportunity to recognize all the co-panelists. I'm sure you agree that from Nigeria, a lot of efforts have been underway. And I always say that in recognizing our challenges, we don't undermine how far we have come. And Nigerian women have proven time and time again that as long as it's a level playing ground, they will always emerge in numbers. And the only, area that we continue to face challenges is in the areas of political representation. And I think the parity will definitely be an enabler and a game changer for us in domesticating and ensuring that we in place our own solutions. Through legal pathways, we've been very, very creative. In the past, I'm sure you've seen the Special Reserve State Bill that didn't make it to the reading. And now I think there's another effort that is ongoing to make sure that we have a legislative that can ensure that it gives the system a shock so that we can admit a few women that would serve as an incentive before we actually address other issues around mentoring, making sure that we get women ready in numbers to understand politics and compete in every terrain with the male counterparts. Challenges around having a dedicated fund. I always say it, that politics is a people's game and is a money's game. We have the people, we just have to make sure that women are economically ready for the political, game. From the ministry, there's a lot of economic empowerment initiatives underway so that women can have more money in their hands. Because when women have more money in their hands, their voices are stronger. They're more ready. And one of Mr. President's priorities is to build the Nigerians' women economic power. And then I think that will be a game changer in addressing that. And the third one, like I said, is we have to be honest with ourselves. We, the women. You said something here that if you're not on the ballot, then you're automatically out. In many cases, you see a woman contesting against 5 men. Why can't 10 women contest against 5 men? So we have to make up the numbers because we understand the challenges around us not coming out to declare. There's some seats that, in the past primary elections didn't even have a female candidate. So I think one of our goals is going forward, every seat that it should be contested for, a woman should always emerge, or women should emerge, so that we're making it count. The next thing we're doing is we're trying to kind of have a concerted, movement, so that it's not fragmented. The civil society working with the government, institutions that are responsible for ensuring, that this parity actually happens. Because once we don't come together and that conversation does not align, we always meet challenges. Like, I think one of the challenges of the Special Reserve Seat Bill is the fact that it was not implementable. It was like a token given to women. It wasn't dignified for women. We kind of watered this so much that we're asking for a baby without hands and legs. And that's not the kind of representation that we women want. So I think it's about time that we strengthen the collaboration between CSOs and the politicians. Because you can't be out and then you do a framework for the active politicians. But when you work together, then we can be able to, make our aspiration meet realities. And the last one is we must cultivate positive masculinity. From the early stage of a child's life, from primary school, from nursery school, the boys should know that they have to work with the girls. And even at that advanced stage, we must take the men allies as co-owners of this agenda. Often in the past, you see women in a room like this talking about gender parity. No, we have to have the men in the room, they have to own the conversation, they have to support the agenda. And I think that in Nigeria, one thing that we're doing is cultivating positive masculinity, among many other things. Thank you so much.
Applaud, madam. Thank you, madam. Following madam now, you see that there's a hope because there's political engagement. Some measure has been taken to improve gender parity. Because when I came here in 2006, Nigeria Parliament, the number of women was very low. But what you just say, I think there's hope and we will move on. Thank you, Madam Minister. Now we will move to Honorable Minister from Sierra Leone. Honorable Minister, from your perspective, where should member states focus their effort first? You have the floor.
Oh, thank you very much. I would like to first and foremost give accolades to my to this host country and my sister for inviting us and for holding sessions like this. It's very important. We have been talking, yes. Now it's time to act. Action is what we need. For me, I think when you look at the pact that we have, the commitment, I think the first and foremost what ECOWAS or other countries need to do is for us to look at how we resource mobilize. We can enact every law. We can look at the protocols that we signed to as countries. But if we do not mobilize for resources to implement those laws and policies or commitments, we will not be able to get it right. So countries need to look at how resource mobilization can fit into investing in the empowerment of women. Women's economic empowerment is very critical. And for me, you cannot call on women or ask women to vie for elections when they are not economically strong to compete with the male counterpart. They will never succeed. It's very important to look at issues that support women. Financial inclusion is one of the key things which we should look at. My sister was talking about it, and there are a lot of programs on the way to economically support women in Nigeria. Every other state should look at this. We should also ensure that women that vie for elections, we take them on the moment elections are finished for this cycle. And the next thing is for us to begin to train or mentor women that want to aspire. If we do this, by the time the cycle is done, 4 years, 5 years, we should be able to get more women. Let nobody tell me that we don't have the women. We do have them. We make up over 51% of the population in Africa. In Sierra Leone, it's about 52%. Other countries have their figures. But it's very critical that the women are there. We need to carry them along. Also, when women lose elections, we leave them. We don't support them emotionally. We don't support them economically because by then they lose everything. Campaigning. The little resources they have, they lose them. the relationships they have, they lose them. Some of them lose their husbands, their spouses, their families, their children. We don't carry them along. These are the things we should be looking at, the practicalities of life. Because after they lose elections, they will just leave them and then concentrate on those that have already won that are in parliament. This is not the case. Those in parliament, we should lead them on how to improve on their leadership position. But those that want to aspire, we should be able to mentor them, train them, so that they are fit to compete with men. With doing this, we'll see more women in leadership position in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your engagement. It's a proof that we will move on in Sierra Leone. Merci beaucoup pour cet engagement très important, parce qu'il est temps que les femmes même se lèvent. Il est temps que les femmes se lèvent pour faire avancer les choses. Je vais vous dire quelque chose. J'étais à l'USAID au Bénin. L'USAID a financé un programme pour la promotion politique des femmes. Il y a 26 candidats, une seule femme. J'ai demandé à la dame qui est responsable de cette promotion politique, de ce programme, alors quelles sont les dispositions que vous prenez pour soutenir la seule femme candidate? Et vous savez ce qu'elle m'a répondu? Elle nous a avertis avant d'être candidate. Il faut qu'on cesse ça. Maintenant, les chefs d'État sont disponibles. Les hommes aussi sont disponibles, même si nous ne sommes pas nombreux ici, parce que vous ne nous avez pas invités. Nous sommes disponibles à continuer. Donc, now I will give the floor to the Honorable Minister of Liberia to give us her perspective of this implementation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me just use this time to recognize the rest of the panelists up here. And I think a lot has been said already. What I do know that we all in the room know the problem that we are faced with, underrepresentation. And head of states have set the vision for us. They've been able to, commit through the declaration. What is most important is the political will and the national legislations that support the commitment. And also, the implementation bridge between regional commitment and the national execution is something that we need to fix. And beyond that, the way we can fix is to have some electoral reforms. Things in a way that we hold political parties responsible and accountable. A lot of times, our laws are weak to support the women's interest. And as everyone has said, we represent almost or more than 50% of the population. How are we able to push our agenda so that we are represented and our voices are heard? Comes with a lot more responsibility from our side. Sustainable financing is another one. We have to be able to invest in women's political participation. How can we find financing for female candidates? It's very important, and most of my colleagues have already said that. Women are capable, women have the ambition to run, but the support isn't there. How are we able to bring our networks, our influences together to support each other is very critical. The phrase in the room, women supporting women. We hear that a lot. Interestingly, when women candidates are running, their hardest critics are women. And sadly, our politics is polarized. Polarized along partisan lines, polarized along tribal lines and regional lines. So I would be from party X, and she's very qualified from party D, and she's running for the seat. And on my party is a male running for the seat. I would rather support my party male candidate than the female candidate who's qualified. Women in the room, tell me I'm lying. This is the problem we have. So we have to be very intentional. We have to be honest with ourselves. And we need to redefine our direction. Otherwise, our interests will remain at the lowest. They've set the agenda for us. The vision has been set from now to 2035, which is 9 years from now. The 50% for women. But how can we achieve that? I remember a few years back when the former vice president in my country, Vice President Joel Howard Taylor, was running for the Senate position. She's from a different political party, I'm from a different political party. But I always went in her county, in her region, registered there to support her against my male candidate. But how many of us in this room, let's do our reality check, will ever do that? So the polarization of our politics, and the sad thing is, our political structure has been designed, structurally designed, to limit us. And we've been used against ourselves. But we need to wake up, and we need to redefine and be intentional as women about what we want to achieve. A lot of people have talked about capacity building. Most women get into politics sometimes based on the context, don't understand, the political dynamics in terms of campaigning. I'm glad to hear that Owen is launching this academy, but we need to pay attention to training women in political campaigning. So we know our priorities, we know how to come up on the stage and win the men. Someone already said it, cross-generational mentorship is very critical, so that we prepare the emerging leaders for the next generation to take over from us. So there are a lot more. One important thing, national structures, transparent national structures that are data-driven to monitor progress being made. A lot of times commitments are signed, but nationally, how are member states ensuring that there are structures to support the commitments that we make at the regional level is also critical. So I have a lot more, but I think people have said much more about it. But I want to close by saying that if we don't ensure that our democracy mature in West Africa, we remain underrepresented. Because if 50% of a region's population is underrepresented on the decision-making table, that means that our democracy is not maturing. And for us to do that, we have to be, especially to us, the women. We've spoken well, we've talked about different frameworks we need to put in place, but the bottom line comes to us. Supporting each other. How polarized our politics are. How can we separate ourselves from tribal relationship, from partisanship, and be able to support our fellow women? Investing again in women is important. So I was glad to hear that UNDP is putting $2 million into that. That is good. We need to do the planning well, but nationally, political parties should be held responsible, should be held accountable. In my opinion, there should be binding legal quotas that are non-negotiable so that we are able to achieve what we all sitting here for and longing for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. So she ends with legal quota non-negotiable. Very important, non-negotiable. Now we will go to Togo. Mon frère togolais, alors, quelles sont les dispositions que vous pensez prendre pour mettre en œuvre cette déclaration, cet engagement pris par les chefs d'État? Il faut que ce soit concret. Donc, nous vous écoutons.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur l'ambassadeur. Je tiens avant tout propos à transmettre les compliments de notre pays, le Togo, à l'organisation donc de cet événement, à la commission de la CEDEAO, ainsi qu'à tous les partenaires mobilisés à cet effet. Aussi, voudrais-je aller à la suite du docteur Okeke qui a rendu un vibrant hommage à toutes ces femmes leaders. Et je voudrais à sa suite donc évoquer le cas de ces femmes qui sont loin des projecteurs. Ces femmes qui n'ont pas la chance d'être sous le regard des médias, mais qui, depuis leur position des milieux ruraux, œuvrent à former, à éduquer les citoyens que nous sommes. Vibrant hommage leur soit rendu. Revenons à notre pays, le Togo. Je tiens à préciser qu'on a un atout majeur de taille au niveau du Togo, c'est l'engagement politique. L'engagement politique au niveau du pays est vraiment de taille. Et c'est l'une des forces de notre nation en matière de promotion de l'équité genre et du leadership de la femme. Je partirai d'une statistique. Aujourd'hui, les statistiques nous disent 51,3% de notre population sont des femmes. Au-delà d'une simple statistique, je voudrais dire que 51,3% de la population, c'est plus de la moitié d'une population. Et mettre en marge du développement 51% de la population, c'est vraiment négliger un potentiel vraiment énorme de développement, de cohésion et de construction d'une nation. Alors, au niveau du Togo, nous avons changé de paradigme. Le leadership féminin au Togo est entendu comme un levier véritable du développement. Parce que la moitié de la population mise à contribution permettrait un énorme développement. Donc ce n'est plus une simple question de cohésion sociale, ni de promotion de l'équité, mais c'est un levier sur lequel nous devons vraiment nous appuyer pour bâtir une nation forte. Donc ce n'est pas une question de cohésion, mais c'est un levier stratégique pour le pays. Alors notre option au niveau pays se situerait à deux niveaux, c'est de consolider vraiment le cadre juridique et institutionnel du pays à travers la mise en place d'un environnement vraiment favorable à l'éclosion du leadership féminin. Et les engagements, je dirais donc que les engagements n'ont véritablement de sens que lorsqu'ils sont traduits à travers les politiques et stratégies nationaux à mettre en œuvre. Donc pour nous, nous sommes sur le plan institutionnel basés sur ce que nous appelons les cellules focales genre, que nous avons mises en place au niveau de chaque ministère et institution. Et ces cellules focales genre, au niveau de chaque ministère et institution, constituent donc des antennes et des relais, des veilles stratégiques au niveau de chaque département ministériel pour une traduction en des faits concrets, en des actions vraiment tangibles, mesurables à mettre en œuvre. Donc vraiment, c'est le premier levier au niveau pays sur lequel nous nous appuyons. Les perspectives pour nous, c'est vraiment d'investir dans le développement du leadership à travers vraiment une emphase à mettre sur la formation des jeunes leaders et le mentorat. Vous n'êtes pas sans savoir que tant sur le plan national que international, aujourd'hui nous disposons d'une ressource humaine et des personnes ressources de qualité. N'en démontre à la commission même de la CEDEAO, où nous sommes valablement représentés et de façon qualitative, et aussi bien au Parlement de la CEDEAO. Voilà, ce sont là des mentors, des figures fortes hein, sur lequel vraiment nous basons donc pour créer des stéréotypes positifs, hein, à l'endroit de la gente féminine, histoire de leur dire que c'est vraiment possible, de faire éclore leur potentiel et de pouvoir vraiment réaliser leur plein leadership, participation à la vie politique. Nous dirons simplement, et pour finir, puisque moi je ne suis pas un technicien de la thématique genre, mais vu ma position stratégique, je décline brièvement et à la suite de tout ce qui a été dit, donc, que notre responsabilité aujourd'hui vraiment au pays, c'est d'établir de vrais diagnostics afin d'identifier les vraies barrières institutionnelles, juridiques à lever pour pouvoir permettre le plein épanouissement des femmes. C'est vraiment ça. Merci.
Merci beaucoup pour ce développement important. Ce que je retiens de plus important, c'est le fait qu'au Togo, il y a déjà la volonté politique, ce qui est très important pour pouvoir assurer la mise en œuvre de cette déclaration. Je vous remercie.
Merci.
And now we will move to Gambia. Gambia, what's your perspective about this declaration, the head of state? All of them are engaged for it. Now, it remains to you to implement. What's your perspective? Let us know.
This one. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First of all, allow me to acknowledge my colleague panelists here and members of the high table, as well as distinguished ladies and gentlemen in attendance that make this occasion successful, and all partners that contributed. Of course, a lot has already been said. From a Gambian perspective, I will begin by saying that the challenge is not that women are unwilling or unprepared to lead. We are seeing more women coming forward, greater awareness and growing political space for women in the Gambia. The question is how we translate this readiness into representation and influence. And on that note, I will want to bring one dimension that I believe is essential: the partnership between government and civil society. Government cannot do it alone, and civil society cannot do it alone. Advocacy cannot happen only outside the building. Civil society needs to be part of the policy conversation, bringing evidence from communities into the boardroom, while government provides policy space and institutional mandate to turn that evidence into action. In fact, my presence here today as a civil society actor entrusted to represent the Honorable Minister itself is a practical example of what partnership looks like and the direction that Gambia is taking. For me, this is the kind of partnership we need to strengthen if ECOWAS gender parity agenda is to move beyond commitment and become meaningful change at country level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madame representative of the Minister of Gender of Gambia. Maintenant, nous allons venir au dernier intervenant, Madame la directrice de cabinet du ministre chargé des Affaires sociales, du genre, de la famille du Bénin. Alors, Madame, vous avez écouté tous les autres pays.
Oui.
Au Bénin, quelles sont les dispositions que vous pensez prendre pour que cette déclaration soit mise en œuvre? Au niveau de la CEDEAO, il y a déjà un engagement pour aider les États. Et les autres États nous ont parlé de ce qu'ils envisagent faire. Nous vous écoutons pour savoir ce que le Bénin pense faire. Vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur l'ambassadeur. Permettez-moi de remercier Mesdames les ministres ici présentes, de remercier également le pays hôte qui nous accueille depuis hier. Je remercie également les différents participants et participantes à ce forum. Et je voudrais leur transmettre les salutations de Madame la ministre de la Famille et de l'Action sociale du Bénin, qui aimerait bien être ici ce matin, mais pour des raisons de préparatifs liés à la fête nationale du Bénin, la fête de l'indépendance du 1er août, elle n'a pas pu faire le déplacement. Pour répondre à votre question, je dirais que le levier politique est très important dans la promotion du leadership féminin. Et c'est une priorité pour le gouvernement du Bénin. Et cela se traduit déjà par la présence effective du président Romuald Wardani à Sierra Leone en juillet pour marquer justement cet engagement du Bénin lors de l'adoption de cette déclaration. Donc c'est déjà un grand pas qui nous pousse à aller de l'avant au niveau du Bénin. Vous savez, la dimension politique permet de rendre durables les solutions. Et sur le plan juridique au Bénin, en 2019 déjà, quand on prend l'exemple du Parlement, on était à moins de 10% de femmes. Mais la décision politique à travers le code électoral qui a été modifié a permis de faire un bond pour aller aux élections suivantes à plus de 25%. Et ce n'est que le début. À la suite de la déclaration présidentielle, les plaidoyers continuent pour que ce saut s'implémente également au niveau des élections locales. Parce que c'est au niveau du Parlement. Donc au niveau des élections locales, des maires, des élus locaux, cet effort politique également est en cours. Je dirais également qu'en amont, pour que l'action politique puisse prendre, le Bénin prend des dispositions pour l'éducation des filles. Parce que l'éducation des filles est un levier pour pouvoir avoir le vivier qu'il faut pour que la politique puisse prendre la relève. Il faut qu'il y ait une disponibilité de compétences, une disponibilité de femmes capables pour que la politique puisse entrer en action. Donc l'éducation est un pilier fort sur lequel reposent les engagements au niveau du Bénin. Il y a également la lutte contre les violences faites aux femmes. Récemment, en 2021, nous avons renforcé la dimension coercitive pour les infractions commises à raison du sexe. Ce qui fait qu'aujourd'hui, les femmes ont plus de possibilités pour pouvoir aller à l'école sans être inquiétées par des prédateurs qui pourraient bloquer justement le processus normal de la scolarisation des filles. Donc les questions de harcèlement sexuel sont fortement encadrées et sanctionnées. Il y a également l'autonomisation des femmes qui est un levier sur lequel le Bénin travaille également à travers un certain nombre d'actions avec l'appui des partenaires bien sûr. Je voudrais signaler l'appui du PNUD qui nous appuie dans le cadre du compendium des femmes, qui est une plateforme mise en place pour pouvoir rendre visibles les compétences féminines et pouvoir les promouvoir. Nous avons également Aouline qui nous accompagne dans cette bataille pour le leadership féminin. Je salue au passage la présence de Aouline Bénin qui est avec nous. Et il y a beaucoup d'autres actions que le Bénin mène pour renforcer le leadership féminin. Pour finir, je voudrais quand même attirer notre attention sur un discours souvent que moi personnellement, je qualifie de discours déstabilisateur parce que souvent nous nous accusons entre femmes que la femme est un loup pour la femme. Nous savons bien que nous sommes dans le domaine politique et qu'il y a des enjeux. Et ce n'est pas les hommes qui caressent les hommes, je dirais. C'est un milieu avec enjeux. C'est un milieu qui nécessite quand même, disons, qui entraîne des luttes, qui a des intérêts. Donc ce n'est pas que les femmes sont contre les femmes. Il faut éduquer les femmes. Il faut pouvoir asseoir des mentorats. Moi, je suis une femme. Mais c'est les femmes qui m'ont fait, je dirais. Il y a le représentant du PNUD qui disait tout à l'heure que c'est une femme qui a fait de lui un leader. Donc, c'est les femmes qui font des leaders. Ce n'est pas des femmes qui empêchent d'autres femmes d'accéder. Donc, autant que nous sommes ici, nous sommes visibles. Qu'est-ce que je fais personnellement pour lever 1, 2, 3 autres femmes avec moi pour que je ne sois plus seule là où je suis? Donc, n'utilisons pas ce discours qui est déstabilisateur. C'est un discours qui n'est pas pour les femmes, mais partout il y a des hommes, il y a des enjeux, il y a des intérêts, il y a une lutte. Donc, travaillons pour que les femmes comprennent, éduquons les femmes pour que les femmes comprennent que nous sommes en minorité dans certains espaces, mais dans d'autres espaces aussi nous avons notre place. Mais dans l'espace politique que les hommes ont accaparé, nous avons à prendre notre place. Et pour ça, nous avons besoin des femmes, mais nous avons aussi besoin des hommes, des he for she, comme on dit. Voilà ce que je voulais ajouter pour que nous ne partons pas sur une note de désespoir, comme quoi la femme est un loup pour la femme, c'est la femme qui tue la femme, etc., etc. Mais la femme est un levier pour la femme. Et moi, en tant que femme, je me dis, je suis un levier pour des dizaines, des centaines, des milliers d'autres femmes.
Merci beaucoup, applaudissez-la. Et la femme doit être un levier pour la femme, c'est vrai. Et nous sommes à la fin de cette importante discussion et vous avez vu l'engagement des ministres chargés du genre qui nous donne l'espoir. Et ce que nous pouvons retenir de toute cette discussion, c'est d'abord qu'il faut une volonté politique. Ensuite, il faut un programme d'éducation des femmes, très important. Et ça, je parle au niveau national. Il faut une capacité, une politique de mobilisation de ressources. Parce qu'on ne peut pas promouvoir les femmes sans mettre des ressources disponibles. Donc, on me presse pour l'heure. J'aurais voulu qu'il y ait des réactions dans le public, mais le protocole estime qu'il n'y aura pas de discussion. Donc, les honorables ministres ici présents, si vous avez encore 1 minute pour dire un mot de fin, nous vous accordons la parole. On a encore 5 minutes pour votre mot de fin. Ceux qui n'en ont pas peuvent être dispensés, mais ceux qui ont de mots de fin, Madame la vice-présidente, si vous avez un mot de fin, vous pouvez dire en 1 minute chacun pour que nous puissions clôturer ce débat.
It's an honor for me to close the panel on behalf of my fellow panelists. You know, a lot has gone into this agenda in our region. You know, everyone has done their part. The commitment is there. The economic justification is there because there's no more, you know, an issue of equality or parity. Now it has a development, you know, undertone to it. We all know that when more tools, more access are given to women, you know, a country can increase in GDP. So now, because we all have developmental goals as countries, as women, we must prepare to take advantage of this particular opportunity. My president, you know, 3 times during the politicking season has clearly demonstrated the need for us to deliberately create spaces for women during the political process. During the primary election, when he released a statement, he said, the women and youths are very close to my heart. He told political parties to ensure that, you know, they give women the chance. Our primary elections was a consensus, and the consensus should automatically favor women. Let's ask ourselves, did the consensus favor the women? Or were we excluded? Okay, so just imagine if a father makes a commitment and says, I will pay whatever amount to school your children. And then the children refused to go to school. And the children, couldn't decide what course to study. And the children were not just ready. What happens to that commitment? We've worked in silos for too long. The reason why many pressure bodies are being recognized is because they have organized themselves. The labor union, nobody plays with them. The student union, nobody plays with them because they've recognized themselves as one. So they can be able to pressure their way and negotiate their way to achieve whatever they want. I had the privilege of representing my country in Pakistan a few weeks ago. And I listened to the Prime Minister of Punjab, which is the largest part of Pakistan, speak. She said, in Pakistan, in Punjab, the women are one. She said, we speak as one, we make decisions as one, and we make a choice as one. She said, we draw a line, a red line that nobody can cross. She said, even us, the women. As a region, as a country, it's about time that we continue to strengthen the women's movement so we see ourselves as one. Already we know that we're the ones that vote. So we have the political relevance. So how do we translate that into value? It's only when we learn to negotiate as one. We must continue to convey like this. I would like to applaud AULIN, the ECOWAS, UNDP, particularly our regional office, for making this happen. The more we convey like this, the more we know ourselves, the more we love ourselves, and the more we'll see ourselves as one. Trust me, it's possible. We have many women in this room that have continued to run elections and win elections. It means that anybody who is aspiring to be on that table can make it on that table, but we just have to get it right. Let's take advantage of this particular season, because trust me, the appetite is there to support for many, many men. We have a rise in he for she's, but the men will not just leave your seat like that for them, because those seats, they will compete with any man for it. So we have to become more creative, more organized, more ready to be able to make sure that, we achieve the parity as prescribed in our roadmap by the ECOWAS. I thank you for the opportunity for all of us to share. Thank you very much.
Madam VP, no, we are at the end of the panel if you want a word.
Well, I think the honorable ministers have said it all. Thank you very much for everyone's participation. Thank you for enlightening us in terms of what's being done on the national level and what we need to continue doing on the national level. As ECOWAS, as a regional body, our role is to convene member states, to spearhead the process, to lay the foundation, a regional foundation with a vision for all of us. And around that vision, let member states come and join in and own it at a national level for us together to move forward as a regional entity. For me, it's been a pleasure and honor to work on this declaration alongside with everyone here present. And I must say that ECOWAS will continue to support member states individually and continue to provide a platform for member states to learn from one another. And we will continue as ECOWAS institutions to serve our community citizens by helping to mobilize funding, dealing with entities, partners such as UNDP and others to provide the support for women. We cannot do it without the resources, the technical resources, the financial resources, the know-how, and we will continue to provide that support so that this declaration can indeed become a reality in our lives and for the prosperity for years to come of all our girls and women. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is the end of this panel, so we thank all the panelists for your frank discussion, and we move to another panel.
Group photo.
Group photo for panelists. I'm part?
Yes,
Okay.
of course. Yes, please, we'll take a first photo of the panelists, and then they'll be joined by Jide and the president of ECOFEPA. First, let's take the panelists. Great. Please, let's take the picture. Yes. 1 second, the panelists, yes. No, it's okay, just, yes, okay. Okay, great, now you can join them. Yes, this side, and inside, we won't let her be on the outside. No woman on the outside, exactly. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Let's give another round of applause for this amazing panel. And I'm so glad we were able to keep it in an hour. Thank you all very much. You may go to your seat now, please. Thank you. So we're going to make a quick transition. I'm sure none of you are hungry. You've had a good tea time, yes? So you can still hold on for one more panel, right? So we're going to make a quick transition into the next panel, which is around power and party gatekeeping. We know that party politics is really the hardest politics for women here, and it's important that we understand what really means to be a part of a party. So to have this conversation, we're going to be calling soon on the moderator and the panelists, but to start, let me just give a quick briefer on this panel. Like I mentioned, this panel, if everyone could take a seat and pay attention, please. Could we please have one conversation? Thank you. So like I said, power and party gatekeeping, political parties as gatekeepers, unlocking access for women leaders. This panel will convene political party leadership from across the region to identify strategic leverage points, institutional reforms, and influence pathways to transform political parties into active enablers of women's political leadership, candidacy, and decision-making power in line with the gender parity agenda. Can we please have one conversation? Thank you. One conversation, please. If you don't mind taking a seat. Ma'am, please take a seat, or yes. Can we have one conversation, please? Thank you. Okay, so the moderator of this panel is Dr. Alexander Ezinagu, Professor of Governance. If you could please come to stage. And I'm gonna call on the panelist, Her Excellency Erolu BC. She's the former First Lady of Equity State and the founder of Amendla Institute. Please come. The second panelist is Dr. Yusuf Maman Dantale, National Chairman of the Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC. The next one is Senator Nenadi Esther Usman, National Chairperson of the Labour Party. And the last one is Miss Cleopatra Firi Urongo, Regional Gender Team Leader, UNDP. Do we have all of our panelists on stage? Moderator, Dr. Alexander? Yes? Oh, you're going to sit there. Okay, perfect. We have one of the panelists missing. BC is here. Dr. Yusuf Maman in the room with us. Senator and Ms. Cleopatra. Okay, so let's get started. The third panelist should be joining shortly. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I know we're between you and lunch, so we're just going to try and keep this sweet and short. Is that okay? Yeah? Good? Okay. If you're aligned, could you just wave? Yeah? So, okay, cool. So just let us know when we're running out of time and we'll let it go. But I think we have a very important conversation. And looking at this room, and the work that the UNDP, the African Union, has been doing around women's political leadership, is really, really important that these conversations are had. And I would ask the panelists to be as open and direct. I would also ask that we adopt the Chatham House rule, right? Whatever is said here should not be attributed to any of the panelists, but simply just as a general conversation, so that we can hear from them honest conversations that that would have. And I'd go off script, and I hope again the panelists are okay with that, because I really want us to have an open, honest conversation, right? So, Madam First Lady, your husband was governor, and I'm pretty sure you sat close to that time and that moment. I want you to share with us some of the thoughts you have around the complexity of having women really hold key political positions, right? I know we have ideas of some of these things, financial burdens, patronage, and all of these things, but I think what I want is a sort of an honest experience of what you saw during campaigns, during decision-making around who becomes commissioner, decision-making around who takes what position, and how you experienced it and what you think about some of the barriers towards women's political leadership. Madam.
Thank you very much. I think it's important for me to state that I am not here speaking on behalf of any political party, although I will say so if I find myself at a point where I do need to do that. And I was meant to be on the panel tomorrow, in case people are confused. I'm not going to be around tomorrow because I have to be out of Abuja. And so the organizers felt I should join this session today. So that's why my name is not on the panel for now, but for tomorrow. So let me give a bit of background to be able to answer your question. My career has been in international development and working with women's movements, and also the intersection of leadership and philanthropy to ensure that women live lives that are meaningful and they can fulfill all their aspirations. And so this work has taken me around the African continent, working with hundreds of women's organizations, as well as in the diaspora as well, because for many years I ran an international women's organization known as Akinamama Africa, and many of our sisters from across the continent would know this. We started the African Women's Leadership Institute, which has produced at least 10,000 women leaders across the continent, and many of them are in key positions today. Now, that's the background I came from, going into Ekiti State to support my husband when he became governor of Ekiti State for 2 terms. First 2010 to 2014, then 2018 to 2022. I knew that there would be a lot more expectations of me because of my work in the feminist movement. And I believe in that position, anyone can enter into the office to support their spouse, to do the usual things. But I felt that if I was going to be there to support my husband, I need to be able to support him with the skills and the knowledge that I had, because at the end of the day, charity begins at home. And so at that time in 2010, where we were in Ekiti State with regards to gender equality and women's empowerment, we can say it was virtually ground zero. There were very few laws in place to support women's empowerment. There were very few women in leadership positions. And women were active across board. Women were very well educated, very well connected, have a lot of skills and capacity. But due to patriarchal norms and values and social exclusion, it was extremely difficult for women to assert themselves as leaders. That was 2010. Now in Ekiti State,
Well, before my husband left, and now, because there's been continuity in governance with the governor who took over from my husband, anywhere you go in Ekiti State, people will tell you, Obiriloni Luo. That's a Yoruba thing which says women are the ones who own the community. No women, no nation. From a time when we could hardly find a woman to chair a local government, not that they were not willing, but the system was not allowing them to do so, for women to be chairs of local governments. Now, and then we didn't have any women at all in the State House of Assembly. It was, as I said, was ground zero. 0 out of 26 in the State House of Assembly. And I think we had none in the National Assembly either at that time. So now we have 6 women in the State House of Assembly. We have women as chairs of local government. We have women in significant numbers in the state cabinet and so on. So the landscape has changed for women. And I'm pleased to say that one of the State House of Assembly members is here, Honorable Bolaji Egbeyemi, and she's actually the Deputy Speaker of the Ekiti State House of Assembly. So to round up, what I learned in all this, and I must admit, I'm glad you spoke about Chatham House rules. A lot of this was accomplished through different ways. And for me, and those are the 4 lessons I'd like to share with us. First is the importance of legal and policy frameworks. Those are extremely important. If we don't have legal and policy frameworks in place, we will be at the mercy of party leaders in perpetuity. We will keep begging, please sir, Ogasa, give us 30%, give us 35%, please sir. Please remember this, your daughter, she was the one who campaigned for you in this place. She's the one who cooked for the party. But if we have legal and policy frameworks in place, then we would have a basis to enter into a conversation, to enter into negotiation, to push, to make demands. People around me in political circles, they knew that I would sit with our then party chairman with a calculator. Because one of the things I did in that position, working with other people, I did not do anything on my own, but working and using my background with civil society, I was able to get 7 bills passed through the State House of Assembly. And one of those 7 bills over an 8-year period was the Gender and Equal Opportunities Bill, which makes provision for affirmative action, at least in our state. And so I would sit with the party chairman with a calculator and say, how many seats are available for this local government election? He will say, like maybe, 300. Out of the 300, what would 35% be? Then we would negotiate back and forth. I would say, okay, if 35% sounds too much for you to sell in the community, what can you do? Because my women are not going to go away empty-handed. We are not going to have a case where there will be no woman at all as chair of local government or no women at all in the State House of Assembly. So we need those in place. Second, it's important for us to have women who are not only in party leadership, so that they can influence decisions in the party beyond being the woman leader and the welfare officer. Those are important positions, but we need women in other positions. Women have chaired political parties, at least in this country of us that I've seen in their states. We need women as chairs, women as legal advisors, women as financial secretaries, and so on. And not only that, we need women who have expertise in the political process. Because everywhere you go, if you say you want to run for an election, the person who designs your campaign is a man. The person who does your communications and branding is likely to be a man. The person who has access to the data and knows how INEC works and knows this person and that person is likely to be a man. The person who you are going to be turning to for legal advice before, during, and after the election is likely to be a man, even though we have such a huge number of women in the legal profession. So we need more women in the political systems and processes who have these skills and who have this expertise. so that they can support other women behind the scenes, or not just other women, other men as well. Because we keep talking about how women are excluded financially. Do you know how much money people make during election season? You don't want to hear from me? The third lesson I'd like to quickly share is the importance of social and political capital. And this is something we are all aware of, but it's very difficult for women in particular to exercise this kind of agency because of the exclusionary nature of patriarchal communities, societies, and so on. And so we need to be able to, and this is a message for everyone, for political stakeholders, for women's organizations, civil society, government. Women need to be able to build their own social and political capital right from when they are young. So for those of us who are bringing up children, don't bring up your boys to play football, go and play football outside while your daughter is in the kitchen learning how to make the perfect eba. That boy playing football is not just playing football. He's building political capital with 22 people, with 22 other men that will take him through his life. And so who is daughter building her capital with her? She's learning how to make the perfect eba. And mind you, once she leaves your house and she gets married, she changes her name. So all those who knew her when she was in school, it's very difficult for them to keep track because she's now moved on to some other space. And then a lot of us, because of the way we are dispersed in capital cities, we don't have time, or we have been discouraged from going to our own communities. All politics is local. We have to be able to engage with our local community. So we have to be able to know how to build social and political capital. And my last lesson, the last lesson I would like to share is the importance of champions. We need champions. People could call champions godfathers, godmothers, mentors, whatever name we want to call them. We need them because they are the ones who mention our names in places where we didn't expect our names to be mentioned. They are the ones who fight for us at 2 a.m. in the morning. And I'm really pleased and proud to say that I was able to do that for quite a number of women. And I hope that the women I was able to do that for, who got into these positions, are also able to do the same for others as well. I'm sorry if I took too long, but...
No, that's because I'm still going to stay with you a bit more.
Okay.
What we're trying to achieve today is go beyond the broad theoretical underpinnings and look at real examples, right? And I'm looking to the audience. We have younger people, we have people interested in politics. And there are a few key things that you mentioned. What I sort of want to push you further is to be able to give practical examples. So one is, how can women really build social and political capital in a very safe manner, right? We understand the vulnerability of women to insecurity, especially around the political space, and also to potential sexual assault, right? And you've just mentioned how you kind of want to support women to be able to build this. But what is that process? What is the process? What is the caution, right? Because I'm sure there are people here thinking, do I just walk out today and just, try to, like, how do I build it at this moment? You've mentioned from a young age, but, by looking at the adults here, what would be that thing you would say, live today with this in mind, go into these rooms, this is how you go into those rooms, real practical conversations that anyone here can take away and say, okay, I'm going to try and implement this thing going forward.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to start with there's safety in numbers. So look for other women around you who, they could be in your state, they could be in your country, they could be in your profession. Look for other women who you can align with. Be part of a movement. Be part of a network. If you are a lawyer, are you a member of the Federation of Women Lawyers, FIDA? If you are an accountant, are you a member of SWAN? If you, the parliamentarians across the region, they have their own network. There were times on this continent when, when we had women in parliament, it was just one or two of them. And they were just there on their own, isolated and overwhelmed. And just, treated as tokens. But today, even in places where we have a very minimal number of women representing us, and our case in Nigeria is particularly pathetic, in spite of the fact that we've made strides in so many other instances, the fact that we have less than 5% of women in our National Assembly is not something that we are proud of. But no matter how small the number is, let us ensure that we build solidarity with one another so that we can work together. We will not always speak with one voice. It is a hope that we will, but we will not always do so. But what I'm hoping we will do is to agree on basic principles that will make it difficult for us to tear each other apart in public. And another instance is many of us here are members of alumni associations across the West African region. They are very active, they contribute significantly. Join your old girls association or your alumni association. Don't say, oh, I've left these people behind and I've moved beyond that. That is part of our social capital. Remember, I said it's more difficult for women to build that than it is for men. And then on the issue of sexual harassment and abuse and so on, I believe that our political institutions, our political parties, for example, or our electoral management bodies, they all need to have policies which include, they need to have gender policies, and those gender policies need to include issues around sexual harassment and gender-based violence. Because we are all familiar with the things that inhibit women from engaging with political processes. We are familiar with political violence, with the lack of access to resources, with patriarchal norms and values, lack of support of family systems. It goes on and on. But one of the biggest obstacles, even more than from what I've witnessed, even more than the finances, is sexual harassment and sexual violence. It's so insidious. It comes from places that you would least expect. And there is no such thing as, oh, this woman is too senior, or this woman is too well connected to have this happen to her. It can happen to anyone. And so we need policies in place to ensure that women are protected, their rights are protected, and women also need to be able to build solidarity with other women so that there is safety in numbers. When things are happening around you, you can have support, people who can provide support to you, so you are not out on your own as a lone voice.
No, thanks so much for that. I'm going to come back to you because after moving to Cleopatra for a bit, because I'm trying to also kind of understand your next political ambition, right? You've supported your husband's ambition as a woman. Do you also want to take the front seat? But we'll come back to that. Cleopatra, I want to move to you briefly, right? And also sort of, at least you interact with the data and I interact with the people. And I know that Her Excellency has spoken a lot around the solutions, with the assumption that many of us understand these challenges. But maybe it will help to hear from you what really are these challenges that you see or you hear from these women, simply because we need a shared emotional moment, right? So that people understand that, and I think as you rightly said, that community of experiences and beliefs, that I'm not just the only one going through these things. And so maybe you could speak to some of these challenges, and then hopefully again we can open discussion around what group solutions we can find.
Well, thank you, Prof. Alex, and very interesting question, which I think has been answered throughout the morning. When you listen to what the speakers have highlighted, I think we have been really articulating some of the challenges that women face when it comes to political participation. One of the key ones that kept on coming, which I think resonates with most of the women that are here, it has to do with finances. And this is a lived reality for most women in politics. How do they finance their campaigns? How do they finance their political journey? That is one of the critical challenges that I think we face as a continent. We have not gotten to a point where we have a solution. But I hope with this convening, we should be able to discuss how do we move past the challenges that have been highlighted. So the issue of finance remains a key challenge, which we need to critically think about at different levels, at an individual level, at an institutional level, but also at a government level. So we need to look at which are the main interlocutors that we need to really focus on when we look at that. The other issue that is also very pertinent and very important, I think my sister Evie has just highlighted, the issue of violence against women. When we look at the political space, it's not an easy terrain, but how do we confront it, how do we define it, how do we also protect it? More so now, what we are seeing is the emergence of tech-facilitated violence against women in politics. And when we look at most of our countries in the region, we have not yet gotten to a point where we have clear laws and policies that safeguard that space. So again, we are left with a question: how do we move past that challenge? How do we start, supporting advocacy efforts to really make sure that we legislate? There are clear policy and laws that really protect women within that space, especially to online abuse and other forms of abuse. The last challenge, which I think is also important, which also speaks to some of the initiatives why UNDP has come up with a menu of solutions, which I hope at some point you also give me an opportunity to really go in detail in terms of what exactly we are doing. It has to do with the issue of solidarity. Often at times, maybe this is to also acknowledge Alwyn. I think in its formation, this is what it stands for in terms of how do we build a regional solidarity, a movement that really brings women from across different regions, across different countries, so for them to stand as one, and how do we push as a movement. And currently, the movement is fractured. This is a reality that we are facing. I think one of the speakers that spoke in the morning really highlighted the fact that we are not able to come as one. How do we get to that point? It's not as easy as we make it sound, but credit to some of the movements that we have seen, mushroom in the continent to really build that solidarity, that movement that will really represent the voices of women, because the stronger the voices for them to be stronger, we need to bring them all together. So those are the three that I would highlight, apart from the other challenges that relate to laws, policies, and the like, but these are the key ones. Thank you.
No, thanks for that. And again, just staying with you a bit more, is one thing to sort of mention the challenges, and I was just thinking when you talked about the financing conversation and said that, yes, we've been able to identify that as a challenge, but we've not been able to think of the solution. And I think this question goes to both of you, but I'll give you an opportunity first to speak. And Her Excellency had mentioned when she was speaking around some affirmative actions that have had to be put in place, like with the gender bill inequity, given a certain number. And a lot of countries, even Kenya, as sort of a women's rep quota and all of these things. While it is easier to have those in terms of quotas and positions, my thinking is, what is the role of affirmative action in financing, right? Is there a place you start thinking around, should governments start putting in their national budgets certain amounts of money to say, okay, we're going to put X amount, and for any woman who who has a political ambition to a certain limit and all of these things, then this could be, because in the absence of that, and in the presence of a lot of the challenges mentioned, the patriarchal origin, the issues of empowerment, and all of these other things. And now within the laws around political financing and how you raise money and all of that, what other sort of options are there except from maybe a moratorium of 10 years of political financing by governments? What do you think about it?
Thank you, Prof. Alex. That's a very interesting question, which I'm not sure I have all the answers, but I'll just share my thoughts when it comes to issue of financing. We can't have a one-size-fits-all. Different contexts matter, and what we need to really look at is what will work for country X and for country B. That's my first starting point. And definitely, we would need to also consider how we also look at the laws and policies. How do we tap into that so that we also make it legislative? Because what is not legislated for, it's very difficult for you to push for. So it could be one option that we can look at. And how do we come up with, Political Finances Act that really integrate those components on how to finance women. Most of our political finances they are mainly there to support political parties, and I don't think we have any in Africa that has specifically stipulated how women can then be financed or incentives for political parties as they are receiving their their finances to also put a specific quota for women, which is something that we hope through this gathering we can strongly advocate for as women politicians. And the other element that is also important as we look at political financing, it's at different levels. It's at institutional, but it's also at the individual level. We need to move beyond institutions and look at our women. How do we also build their capacities to be able to mobilize their political finances? What strategies can we employ? How do they leverage on some of the new emerging technologies to finance their political parties? So my answer really, I think there are a menu of options that we need to consider, and it will really depend on the context, but the most important for me, we need to also be very deliberate about strengthening the capacities of our women politicians around resourcing for their campaigns, over and above the laws and policies that we put in place and other institutional mechanisms that are there.
Your Excellency, in supporting more women getting into the political space, which you've done, and thankfully we have 1 year who can speak to that. How have you been able to support them in raising financing? What has been the approach, right? What has been, and I think Madam Cleopatra has mentioned a few things, but what has been the practical approach that has been adopted by, and again, I'm happy to come to the audience later to understand how they've been able to raise that. But from your own experience, what kind of process or support have you seen women in Ekiti State using in terms of raising political finance?
Okay, so before I speak to what I did specifically in Ekiti State, I want to pick up on the conversation of financing from the regional perspective. Remember I told you that I co-founded not only the African Women's Leadership Institute, but the African Women's Development Fund, the first Africa-wide grant-making foundation for African women. And that was in the year 2000, so AWDF has been around for roughly 26 years now. We've supported thousands of women's rights organizations in as many as 50 countries across the continent. And there might be some here who have received support from AWDF. And one of the areas of work that AWDF has supported heavily is the area of women's political participation and governance. Now, because as a women's fund or a non-profit organization, we can't say we are placing X amount of money into the hands of a woman to run for office. So we do the ecosystem things like the training and the capacity building and all those things that everyone else does. But when it comes to wanting to provide targeted support to women running for office, this is where the Chatham House rules come in. What we do is we tell the person concerned, tell us about your community. What do women do in your community? What is important to them? One of our friends in Ghana, for example, because I was based in Ghana for 10 years when I was running AWDF before I had to move back to Nigeria to support my husband in Ekiti State. So one of our sisters in Ghana was in the House of, she was an MP. And so we asked her, what can we do for you, for women in her community? She said, my community are, they are fishermen, fisherwomen. And they need support with how to preserve the fish because it goes bad. And they've been asking me for a while to support them with it, but I don't have the resources to be able to do it. Now, this, of course, is tied to her future electoral chances. If she's able to bring such a relevant project into her community, that will be borne in mind when the time comes for her to go back and say, look, you asked me to support you to increase your livelihood opportunities. I've been able to do this, so I'm back again. And so we went into her community and we built this massive food preservation unit The day we went to launch the project, thousands and thousands of women in that community trooped out, and the men came out too, and they were so happy, and because it was for every single one of them. And of course, when elections came, she won with a landslide. Now, I wasn't a card-carrying member of any of the parties in that country. It did not concern me. What concerned me was providing solidarity with another woman. There was another one of our sisters in Zambia as well, who started an economic empowerment program, which is supported. When it came time for us to do the site visits in the Zambia, the name of the organization was on the list. I said, yeah, sure, let's go. I didn't know that the damn place was like 6 hours from Lusaka to... We did not get back into Lusaka till almost midnight. And we even ran into 1 or 2 elephants on the way. That shows you how remote the place was. But the point there was, there are different models that we can try. And that's why what the Minister for Women's Affairs of Nigeria said earlier is extremely important. Partnerships between civil society, the government. And I would like to add, we need an ecosystem, multi-stakeholder approach, because if we have the government, civil society, philanthropy, and the corporate sector all working together to find ways in which you can address this issue, different strategies can then be used to support women where they are. Now, one of the strategies that we tried in Nigeria is the Nigerian Women's Trust Fund, which was put in place when Madam Josephine Aneni was the Minister for Women's Affairs, sometime in 2010, 2011. And at the time, Madam Amina Mohammed was the Senior Special Assistant to in the presidency on SDGs. No, it was MDGs then, actually, before it became SDGs. And so she's the one who arranged for that financing for us to be able to have a pot of money available for women who want to run for office. And it was an idea that we thought was pretty straightforward. I just moved back to Nigeria then. And then 2011, I was asked to chair the board of the trust fund. And then within a short period of time, it became entangled in all kinds of political conversations that we were not meant to be a part of. Oh, is the money going to go to women from this party or that party? And we kept saying, no, it's women for all it's for all Nigerian women, regardless of their political affiliation. But some people didn't want to hear that, so it became extremely problematic. So Poor Women's Trust Fund, what we then ended up doing was to go back to same old, capacity building and training. And meanwhile, it's great for us to provide opportunities for women to be trained and acquire skills, but the men don't have any such expertise either when they get to office for the first time. They learn. So so the thing, because I was aware of all these other models, what I simply did to support sisters and daughters in Ekiti State was simply figure out what are the ways in which I could leverage my position to bring further support to them. And the hard part is getting your party ticket. Once you get the ticket, then the issue of financing becomes a lot easier. Because your gender then becomes not irrelevant, but people then say, okay, this is the person who has the ticket, a viable ticket, not a ticket on for a party that is not likely to win the election. So I was able to make sure that I stood for people to be able to get the tickets. Of course, we took advantage of the leeway women had to be able to not pay the full fees for what it is.
Allow me to come back to you, Excellency.
Yeah.
I just want to also make sure that we cover those who might have questions. And I imagine that some of the things you would say would be on that. So if you just let me go quickly to the audience, then we're going to come back to you on that.
Okay, right.
So does anyone have any questions from the audience? I'm seeing a few interest here. Exactly, I thought so. Anyone else? Anyone else? There's one here. Anyone else?
3 questions, please.
Yeah, so there's one here.
One. Could we take the numbers?
There's
2.
one over there, and then...
The last one? 3. So we have the 3.
Please, please direct the question to one of the speakers, please.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, madam.
Okay. I'm addressing my question to the Ekiti State sister. She's been doing very well, I'm aware. I want to ask how, like I'm in the House of Reps, I've gotten my tickets. How do we assess funds for the electorates? The demand is so much. My father is dying. My child is in the hospital, school fees. So that's just the problem. And the women, no matter what you do for them, you call them for a meeting, they need some cash to go back home. Please, thank you very much.
We'll take the 3 questions and then we'll come to you.
All right.
Right?
Second.
Can I?
Yeah.
Okay, congratulations to the panel. I would like to, my name is Rosine. I'm former, so many former. I was former UN resident representative, former UNRSG, former minister in my own country, Burkina Faso, economy, finance, development, and foreign affairs. With your permission, I will speak French, so it will be just straightforward. The question that I have, no. Are you ready? Please. I will start in English and continue in French. You were talking about gatekeepers. Why about enablers? I just want to share my own example instead of the financing or promoting women. La première chose que je voulais dire, quand j'étais ministre des Finances, Économie, Finances et Développement, j'ai pris 2 initiatives. J'ai d'abord demandé à mon directeur des ressources humaines de me proposer dans le roster du personnel du ministère les femmes, une liste de femmes qualifiées qu'on pourrait nommer à des postes de direction. La stratégie est quoi? La stratégie est que lorsque vous ne rendez pas les femmes visibles, elles ne peuvent pas créer une audience pour les soutenir lorsqu'elles veulent aller vers les campagnes électorales. Vous savez ce qui s'est passé? Il a sorti la liste. D'abord, j'avais 2 ministres députés, ministères, j'avais 2 parce que c'était un grand ministère, je couvrais finances, économie et développement. J'avais 2 femmes. Ma directrice de cabinet était une femme. Et je voulais nommer des directeurs généraux des femmes parce qu'à ce niveau, je n'ai pas suffisamment de femmes. Vous savez ce que même les syndicats disaient, que mais ici, ce n'est pas le ministère des femmes. Comment un ministre des femmes veut nommer des femmes à des postes de décision? Donc je crois qu'il est important, lorsque nous sommes à des niveaux de responsabilité, de démontrer le leadership pour positionner des femmes, pour qu'elles soient vraiment visibles. Parce que lorsque vous avez une possibilité de promouvoir des femmes et que vous restez timide, influencés par les partis politiques et autres jeux, ben, comment ces femmes-là vont avancer? Ça, c'est un exemple. Deuxième chose que j'ai eu à faire, c'est-à-dire j'ai engagé une initiative de budgétisation orientée vers le genre, sensible au genre. J'ai demandé à tous mes collègues ministres, puisque j'ai la responsabilité d'allouer les ressources publiques, si vous avez des initiatives dans votre ministère qui essaient de promouvoir les femmes, d'améliorer les indicateurs en matière de femmes, de genre, de participation des femmes, je vous donnerai des allocations budgétaires supplémentaires. Nous avions commencé cela. Bon, entre-temps, j'ai quitté, bien sûr, mais je veux dire, c'est ce genre d'initiative qu'il faut faire. Le financement des partis politiques, c'est aussi une suggestion très concrète. Certaines fois, on donne des quotas où on finance les partis politiques sans condition. On doit imposer des conditions. Quelqu'un a parlé de la loi des politiques publiques, etc. Il faudrait dire, si dans votre parti politique, vous atteignez effectivement les 35% de ratio de femmes, ou je ne sais pas, 50%, proportionnellement à ça, vous aurez des financements publics. Sinon, il y aura des sanctions et c'est vous qui allez devoir payer à la caisse de l'État. Et en plus, bien sûr, on ajoutera mon dernier élément, c'est des suggestions concrètes aussi, les philanthropistes et la société civile. Moi, je pense qu'au Nigeria, vous avez un bon exemple, ça ne doit pas vous choquer. Eh bien, je vois que Dangote a dit qu'il va sécuriser 30% de ses ressources pour les philanthropies et la société civile. On peut aller vers lui. C'est des exemples comme ça. Surtout qu'il a 3 filles, je pense qu'il est sensible aux questions de filles. Voilà, c'est juste des exemples concrets pour montrer que c'est faisable s'il y a volonté, la volonté politique à notre propre niveau.
Thank you so much for that. I will take the last comment from the lady behind, please.
Apologies, it's not a comment, it's a question.
Please go ahead.
That I have. It's with regards to, well, I'll give it in this context. Aside from funding, there's a very fundamental issue that I would say women like me in terms of being, my name is Hadiza Malumfashi, I'm from Katsina State. And so aside from funding, taking it a step back, taking it a step forward, there's a fundamental issue that we have in terms of not just access to capacity building, but you have to fight so many struggles within itself with religious constraints, the cultural expectations that people have of you, and the fact that you're young as well. It seems like all the odds are stacked up against you. You've created an amazing blueprint in your state, ma'am. How do we then direct it to regions such as Katsina, my place, and hopefully I do plan to run for parliament in 2031. So how exactly do I take this blueprint and implement it into my state effectively and sustainably?
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Before I come to you, I would like you to give the closing speech. I want to come to Cleopatra, right? And sort of get you to respond to some of this, but more importantly, to be able to identify some of the things the UNDP is putting in place. I'm aware of some of these facilities, and maybe some of these opportunities, resources might actually be sitting down where you are already. And then after that, I'll come to Your Excellency to conclude for us. Please go ahead.
No, thank you, Prof. Alex. I know most of you, you were listening attentively to my boss when he was talking about the facility, which was also referenced by Alwyn and other colleagues. As UNDP, we have a facility. But just to sum it up, without defining it, I think listening to what different colleagues have said, they've really summed up what the facility stands for. I would just want to quote a few speakers just to give you an idea what our focus is on, based on the words that you shared and the statements that you have made. I think the Minister, Honorable Minister, Your Excellency from Nigeria highlighted that as women we must prepare. That is one of the key things that she highlighted. We also had the MC who facilitated the previous panel, who highlighted that we need to make money available. That was also an interesting element. I'll move to a colleague from the Gambia who was also in the previous panel, who highlighted something very profound and said advocacy needs to move out from outside and find its way into the boardrooms and into the institutions. And that is advocacy around women's political participation. And then finally, just to quote, I think, I'm not sure who said this, who said we need to see ourselves as one. What I have tried to do is to sum up what our facilities stand for as UNDP without really unpacking the jargon, the concept. It came from you, and this is what it stands for. We are looking at how we work with women, individual women, to build their capacities as politicians across different facets, from finance, networking, issues of leadership, but also most importantly, beyond leadership, but we also need to draw from the Pan-African principles that shape and frame who we are. So this is what the Academy stands for as UNDP. We have a whole curriculum that has been developed, and we are going to be launching it next week, Monday, in Kigali, targeting 40 women from across 28 countries and across all regions, from south, north, west, east, and central. So that's how profound this initiative is. And it's going to touch on some of the questions that are coming from the people that asked in terms of how do we really support women, and this is what we are looking at. The other element that is also very important when you talk about the facility, it's the issue of advocacy, and this is why we have the space. And our advocacy is at different levels, at the regional level, at the national level, and we make sure that we have that linkage. And okay, sorry. So for us, advocacy is important. That's why I really wanted to bring some of the words that you highlighted, that we need to bring advocacy from outside and start having a conversation with the real people that make decisions and that can shift. The final element, which is also very important, is around creating an enabling environment, which also speaks to what you have highlighted, my sister, in terms of how do we change norms, how do we change practices. And one of the ways that we are looking at it as UNDP is through transforming the frameworks, policy frameworks, laws, and we are currently going to be working with the African Union to develop guidelines on removing financial barriers for women, and we hope we will reach out to some of you as politicians to also give us insight in terms of how these guidelines can be responsive and address some of the challenges that you are facing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So, Your Excellency, in responding to the questions that have been raised, could also provide us with your concluding remarks. Please go ahead.
Okay. I'd like to first start with stating that the challenges we are facing with regards to women and political participation in our region and on the continent as a whole is a symptom of something much broader. And so we all need to remember gender equality and women's rights is unfinished business. It's not a box that has been ticked because we went to Beijing or because we had the Maputo Protocol. We have made a significant amount of gains over the years. Last year was 30 years of Beijing, and there are some of us who went to Beijing as a young woman. I was a young woman when I went to Beijing, and I was full of dreams and aspirations for what my future would look like. Here we are, 2026. We are still talking about women not having enough access to political participation. We are still talking about sexual and gender-based violence, which has reached pandemic levels in many of our countries. So we need to bear that in mind. My sister here was talking about advocacy. The advocacy that, because we have many of the laws and the policies that are required in place, but we need significant political will to ensure that they really mean something. Otherwise, they will continue to remain on paper. So that's the first point I would like to make. Then we need to look at, for those of us who are active politicians in the room, who are running for office or intend to run for office, what I would ask is, what kind of an assessment have you done about your own capacity? What are your own strengths, your own weaknesses, your own opportunities and threats? That is an exercise that I have done with everyone I've worked with in the political process, regardless of the office they are running for. Because you have to be able to leverage on your strengths, and you have to be able to find ways of making sure that your weaknesses don't matter. If, for example, you happen to be the daughter of a Saraki, or the daughter of an Ogbemudia who is running for office, you have name recognition. Let's set aside how people might feel about nepotism and so on. You have name recognition, so already you are a few meters ahead of the next person. This is how politics works. And then if you don't happen to be a relative of any of these people, there are other things you could have going for you. You could be an alumnus of King's College or Queen's College. Queen's College, Nigeria, Methodist Girls High School, those who went to FGCs, the federal government colleges, for the good old days when everybody used to go to Achimota in Ghana. There are schools that you go to where you can lay claim to it's a powerful network of allies throughout your life cycle. So start from analyzing what your own strengths are and how you can leverage on them. Because it is your own support network from your community, your family, your church, your profession. They are the ones who will organize fundraisers for you. They are the ones who will write checks for you. The day I sat next to the woman, may her soul rest in peace, she passed away, the woman who was my husband's deputy governor, she passed away, she had breast cancer, she passed away, and then another woman came in as deputy governor. I can't tell you how shocked I was the day I was sitting next to her, because she was a banker. And she was talking to one of her friends over the phone, and she said, okay, I'm sending a driver to you with a check for 1 million naira. I almost collapsed. This was 2017. So, no, 2007. Can you imagine what 1 million naira was like in 2007? And this is a woman telling another woman, I'm going to send a driver with a check of 1 million naira. I was like, ah! So that's where you get your initial support from, your own network. And then one of the things we have done very well as a women's movement, as donor agencies, as people working in social justice and development, is make the case. We've made the case to have a seat at the table. But we need to move beyond that to tell people what difference it makes when you have women in these positions. And this is what has happened because we voted this woman in. This is how our lives changed. This is the kind of transformation that happened. We need to get better about doing that. And last but not least, before you shut me up, totally, because I want to be able to answer the question of the young lady, was it from Katsina, who wanted to know how they too could do better. Again, the issue of champions is important. Every woman here, every man here is a champion, or you can be a champion. You can be someone's godfather, you can be someone's godmother. It doesn't require you to have huge amounts of money. Just picking up the phone to make a phone call to a strategic person can make all the difference. Let's make that commitment today that I'm going to be a champion for someone. Can we say that? I'm going to be a champion for someone. And the way the universe works, the more people you champion, that's the same thing I say about the rapper metaphor. The more people you champion, the more champions will come out for you when you need it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Sorry, I have to take this one.
Please, shall we give this panel a resonating... Dr. Alexander, don't go anywhere. You have to take a photograph. Dr. Alexander, please, we have a photo here. Thank you very much, the rapper proponents, Erelu BC. And of course, thank you very much, my sister. Please, Madam President, could you join them? First, you take a photo. Step forward. My sisters. Madam, step forward to the limelight. The photo. And then they will be joined by Dr. Jide. Dr. Jide, you always have to be in every photo. You don't understand. You're very important to the movement. I mean, we need male allies, and you are our male ally in the spotlight for today. And it's so nice that all the women are wearing wrappers, so they wrap one another. Madam, please situate yourself. I don't know, Dr. Alexander had to take a quick call, but it's okay. Are we done? I love the smiles. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Madame Eshegon-Ma. Thank you very much, ma'am. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for how far you have stuck with us. You know, we're stuck to the hip for the entire 2 days that we have here. We will now, let me check, our in time check, 2:59 p.m. So let's say 3 p.m. We will now be going for lunch. We'll reconvene at 3:30. Please turn to your neighbor and say 3:30. 3:30. Yeah, 3:30, because we have to kickstart the conversation. Ask your neighbor, where will you be at 3:30? Say, here in the hall. So, bon manger, enjoy your meal, enjoy your lunch, bon appetit. Ensure you eat Nigerian jollof rice. It is very sweet, trust me. The ushers will lead the VIPs. And the rest of the delegates will go to the upper Congress room. Up, we go up. The ushers will lead the VIPs to where they should be. Thank you very much. And please, can we clap for this, my brother? He has held me down. Please, let's ensure we all head up together. All delegates to the upper Congress room for lunch. And the VIPs, you will be led by the usher to where you're supposed to have your meal. Thank you very much. Thank you, Arlene. Thank you, ECOWAS. Thank you, AU. Thank you, UNDP. Thank you, all of us. Thank you. Please call your neighbors. Call your neighbors. Make that call, make that chat. We need to kickstart. You've got a friend. Call your neighbor, call your sister, call your friend. We all have to be in this conversation. So tomorrow when I say we have the last panel before lunch, we understand what I'm talking about. It's easier to anticipate lunch, it's harder to return from lunch. Call your neighbors. We all have to come back here. Chimka, come inside. I've been waiting for you. Come inside. You and your partner. Please, I'd like to know, do we have all the panelists here in the room? Hands up. 1, 2, 3. The moderator, is the moderator here? Moderator? Good afternoon, Your Excellencies. It is being said that the world belongs to those who believe in and fight for their dreams. And if these are the numbers who believe in the leadership of women on the continent of Africa for this last panel, then so be it. I would stand by it and I would accept it. But we have now come to an understanding that tomorrow we shall have lunch after the last panel. Yeah, that's the only way to keep all of us together. Because over time I've come to realize that anticipating lunch is better than coming back from lunch. So please, tomorrow when I crave your indulgence, that we have everything before lunch. Please oblige me. Madam President, my leaders, those who have walked the power trail with us and understand the resilience and persistence that leads to success, good afternoon once again. Welcome to the final panel session of day 1. And we shall be focusing on reflection points for inclusion, advancing women's leadership and representation in governance in shifting the political landscape. I think women leaders in Nigeria should be very much interested in this panel as we head to January 2027. The scope of this particular panel will be to identify concrete, politically feasible strategies and institutional mechanisms that ensure women's meaningful and protected representation in transitional governance, while strengthening grassroots participation and pathways for women's leadership from community to national levels in countries undergoing or emerging from transition. Nigeria is undergoing a different political transition now, so that is where we come in. To moderate this panel and steer the ship from now, please join me welcome an intelligent woman. A woman who is contributing her quota to ensure that Africa's development is not a talk shop, but it is vision driven by activism and excellence. Join me welcome a master strategist of no mean repute, the senior strategy advisor to the UNDP Regional Service Center for Africa, Ms. Rania Hadra. Please, a round of applause for her. If you don't clap for her, I'm going to clap. Rania looks she's so well put together in all of this. And while some are dyeing their hairs to get what you have, nature gifted you free. Some people are jealous. Rania, you take over from here and invite your panelists. Please, a round of applause for her again. This panel shall be for 1 hour. The first 45 minutes will be for the conversation, and then you decide how the interaction goes thereafter. Rania, you're welcome.
Thank you, Glory, for the wonderful introduction. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the gentlemen that are left. I have the very difficult challenge of moderating this session. That's the last session of the day. That's also the session after lunch. So bear with me. And I'm going to keep it tight. So let me invite the distinguished and esteemed panelists to join me. Madame Sarah Gebi Keita, the Deputy Secretary General of the Government of Guinea. Madame Haidara Aishata Alassane Cissé, the Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament and a Member of Parliament from Mali. Bienvenue, Madame. Her Excellency, Madame Elbak Jenabu Baku, the Aulin Niger representative and former Minister of Promotion of Women and Child Protection in Niger. Bienvenue, Madame. And last but not least, Mrs. Josiane Sombo, the WANEP Regional Coordinator for Women, Peace and Security. Welcome. Please. Hello, okay. I prefer moderating standing up, but since everyone is sitting, if you allow me to join you. And maybe just one or two framing remarks about why I think this session is particularly important. So we have the theme behind us, and the most important part of the theme for me is from commitment to action. And this has come up during the previous conversations. How do we move towards concrete actions, mechanisms, institutions that make women's participation in politics and in governance processes real? And through our distinguished panelists, we're going to hear the experiences of Guinea, Mali, Niger. We're also going to hear the experiences at regional level through the work which WANEP does, and at country level through the work that Aulin and others do. And this is significant because, colleagues, you have UNDP, you have the international community, you have ECOWAS, you have Aulin, you have practitioners in this room who can take these recommendations and make them into action. And hopefully tomorrow, when this esteemed gathering adopts the Abuja Declaration, it will be an actual concrete roadmap with real things that we can do. And I know we've spoken a bit about the launch of the Academy in Kigali, but we need a lot more of that. So without further ado, and since I promised to keep it tight, I'll turn to the panelists for some of their interventions and thoughts. And dear panelists, if we can keep the answers between 3 to 5 minutes, so we can also have an opportunity to open the floor. And I'm going to start with Guinea and the experience of Guinea. So, Madame Keita, what are the lessons that we can take from the role of women in Guinea's transition? And how is this replicated across other contexts? And if you can please focus on actual mechanisms, modalities, and lessons from your own personal experience. Over to you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la modératrice. Good afternoon, ladies again. I will speak French. I apologize for that. Quand on parle de, mesdames et messieurs, quand on parle de gouvernement transitoire, ce qui revient à la tête, c'est comment est-ce qu'on s'assure de la participation des femmes afin qu'elles ne manquent pas ce moment. Parce qu'elles ne doivent plus être des actrices ou des spectatrices de ces transformations transitoires, mais plutôt des femmes qui prennent leur place dans les instants de décision. Pour le cas guinéen, ce fut des défis, parce que nous avons eu plusieurs transitions, et puis le fait que nous avions peur que les mécanismes traditionnels d'exclusion persistent, mais aussi une opportunité réelle de redessiner, de repenser la gouvernance de repenser la place des femmes dans la vie active des instances gouvernementales. Alors, moi, j'ai défini cela, les moments de la transition guinéenne, en 3 moments. Le premier moment, c'était le 5 septembre. Le 5 septembre, il y a eu l'installation, après le changement de régime, il y a eu la volonté, l'installation du régime transitoire et la volonté affichée des militaires d'inclure toute la société, toutes les composantes de la société dans la transition, dans les mécanismes transitoires. Ensuite, le deuxième moment, il y a eu des consultations. Ces consultations ont été de véritables opportunités pour les organisations de la société civile, les organisations des femmes, et surtout de faire des plaidoyers à tous les niveaux auprès des autorités, des hautes autorités, pour que les femmes puissent participer dans les instances. Et ensuite, il y a eu l'adoption de la charte qui a défini le quota de 30% qui devient maintenant une obligation pour la mise en place du Conseil national de transition. Donc, ces moments-là où il fallait définir ou élaborer les cadres juridiques ou les cadres institutionnels, ce fut l'adoption de la transition où on a imposé le 30%. 30% avec les 21, à peu près 30% de conseillers à l'Assemblée ou au Conseil national de transition. Ensuite, aux instances des commissions, il y avait les femmes étaient aussi des vice-présidentes, des gestionnaires de ces commissions-là. Ensuite, le deuxième moment, c'était l'élaboration de la Constitution. Pour moi, c'était un moment très, très particulier parce que ça a mobilisé jusqu'au niveau rural, au niveau des femmes, au niveau de la communauté, où on a demandé l'implication de toutes les composantes de la société afin qu'on puisse maintenir l'inclusion, la parité basée sur le genre. Et donc, il y avait un quota de 30% aussi. Et surtout, la Constitution, ce qui a été particulier, c'est aussi de dire que les partis politiques, désormais, devraient avoir 30% de femmes à leur instance de décision. Et donc, ça, ce fut un momentum. La directrice de la gestion des élections fut une femme. Et ça aussi, ça a été très, très déterminant. Pendant les élections, on a vu, le troisième moment, c'était les élections, le retour à l'ordre constitutionnel, où on a vu quand même une massive participation des femmes dans la course aux élections, aux campagnes. Alors, je reviens sur les instances gouvernementales. Au moment de la transition, on a eu quand même 7 femmes qui étaient dans le gouvernement de la transition. Et ces 7 femmes ont significativement contribué à faire de telle sorte que le code électoral soit respecté. Alors, ce que moi je retiens de l'exemple de la Guinée, au-delà de tout, c'est la volonté affichée des autorités de changer, de pouvoir aller vers cette parité, mais aussi la mobilisation active de toutes des réseaux féminines, des associations, des leaders de femmes et surtout de la société civile, qui ont quand même fait des efforts pour qu'on puisse permettre aux femmes d'être dans des instances de décision. Ensuite, le retour à l'ordre constitutionnel. Quand on est revenu à l'ordre constitutionnel, il était question de mettre des mécanismes pour suivre, s'assurer qu'effectivement les quotas de 30% soient respectés à tous les niveaux. C'est-à-dire, on l'a dit, il faut mettre ça en œuvre. Et comment on met en œuvre? C'est-à-dire, on a mis des sentinelles en place pour pouvoir vérifier effectivement, est-ce qu'au niveau des listes, au niveau de la députation, est-ce que ces femmes, on a effectivement ces 30%? Les autorités de la transition sont allées encore plus loin. Elles ont dit non, il faudrait avoir les mêmes 30% au niveau des fonctionnaires. Et donc ça, c'était un plus. Parce que du coup, on avait quand même on voyait maintenant de l'engouement du fait que maintenant, il y a les 30% qui ne sont pas seulement au niveau du CNT, mais c'est aussi au niveau de la fonction publique, où les femmes devraient maintenant participer, où elles devaient occuper des postes de décision au niveau de la fonction publique. Et ça a été un grand changement, parce qu'on a vu un genre de parité au niveau des directions. À chaque direction, on avait soit une femme qui était directrice ou directrice adjointe. Pour moi, ici, ce que je retiens, moi-même en tant que première femme directrice de cabinet de l'Assemblée nationale de la 9e législature, femme secrétaire générale adjointe du gouvernement, ça a montré vraiment la détermination des autorités à pouvoir commencer vraiment à dire que non, la Guinée ne peut pas se développer si on n'a pas des femmes à des instances de décision. Tout à l'heure, lors des conversations, j'ai écouté, je crois que c'était le Bénin, qui est accompagné par le PNUD pour le compendium. En Guinée aussi, on a le compendium qui est là, qu'on a commencé à mettre en place avec l'appui du PNUD pour pouvoir avoir une base de données de toutes les femmes avec des expertises différentes qui peuvent être recrutées à tout moment, soit pour leur expertise, soit pour leurs compétences dans des domaines précis et pouvoir faire à elles et venir participer à la gouvernance de la nation. Donc la leçon que je voudrais, en tout cas pour les pays en transition, pour moi, c'est le moment opportun. La transition devient une opportunité à partir du moment où elle donne l'opportunité aux institutions de pouvoir mettre des quotas, c'est imposer et puis aussi mettre en œuvre ces décisions qui sortent de cette transition-là. Et aussi, il faudrait s'assurer qu'une fois qu'on sort de la transition, comme le cas guinéen, c'est de s'assurer que ces moments-là ne soient pas temporaires. Mais il faudrait s'assurer de comment est-ce qu'on continue de maintenir le momentum. Aujourd'hui, le challenge en Guinée, c'est de dire, OK, on va aller vers 50%. Ça, c'est... Aujourd'hui, en Guinée, on a quand même 2 ministères régaliens où on a des femmes. Le ministère de la fonction de l'administration du territoire, qui est une femme depuis avant-hier. Voilà, l'administration du territoire et de la décentralisation. C'est un poste régalien. Le deuxième poste, c'est le ministère des Finances, de l'économie et du budget. Ça aussi, c'est une femme. C'est la première fois qu'une femme occupe ces 2 postes-là. Et donc, pour nous, nous sommes en train d'aller de l'avant. Nous sommes dans le moment. Et nous espérons que les autres pays frères qui sont en transition emboîteront le pas. Merci bien, madame.
Thank you so much. And congratulations on being the first woman Deputy Secretary General of the government. I think a lot of very important experiences to learn from Guinea, and I'm so appreciative, Madame Keita, that you raised why transitions are such a significant moment, because they're a moment where all the governance processes, the governing processes are redesigned. So there are actual real opportunities to affect change. And thank you for the shout out to the AU Commission and UNDP and the African Facility for Inclusive Transitions who helped pull together this compendium of women and skilled women. And this is one of the modalities and tools that we have to implement the vision that will come out of this exercise. And so lots of very important lessons from Guinea around political will of the leadership, around the importance of consultations and dialogue with women CSOs, including at the rural level, the importance of some key moments in the transition roadmap, including constitutional drafting, the drafting of the electoral code, and of course the question of the quota and its implementation and monitoring. So thank you very, very much again, incredibly valuable. I want to now move to Madame Alassane Cissé for your thoughts.
Merci beaucoup. Je commence juste par
let me just add one point to the question. One point to the question. Because I didn't ask the question, which is, in many times, and we see this in my very own country, pas de problème. Je peux essayer en français, mais mon français est tellement mal. Madame Cissé, in many political movements, and even in my own country, Sudan, you see women at the forefront of political change. They're leading demonstrations on the street, they're calling for political change. And yet sometimes when the transition process actually happens, we don't see them represented. So if you share with us a little bit your experiences about how we can make sure that this leadership of women at the forefront of political change also translates into office, into constitutional positions, into executive positions, into legislative positions. Over to you, Madame. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Je commence d'abord par remercier les panélistes qui sont autour de moi et toute l'assistance. Je remercie aussi les co-organisateurs de ce forum, sans oublier la presse. Il faut retenir que le leadership des femmes est essentiel pour des institutions plus fortes, une gouvernance efficace et une paix durable. Et parlant de la transition politique, effectivement, vous l'avez dit tout à l'heure, les femmes sont à l'avant-garde de toutes les luttes. Malheureusement, elles n'ont pas les retombées. Les transitions politiques ouvrent une occasion, comme l'a dit la sœur de la Guinée, de corriger les inégalités et d'assurer une meilleure représentation des femmes à tous les niveaux. Au Mali, par exemple, on a carrément une loi qu'on a appelée la loi 052, qui a été votée, qui donne 30% aux femmes, que ce soit en politique ou bien dans des postes de décision. Je crois qu'il est important que je partage avec mes sœurs l'expérience qui nous a menés là. Parce qu'on sait que d'habitude, dans les parlements, il y a plus d'hommes que de femmes. Et nous, on était 14 femmes sur 147 membres du Parlement. Donc, il a fallu des stratégies, comme les femmes savent le faire. Et moi, j'étais à l'époque présidente du réseau des femmes parlementaires. Je crois que je suis à ma 19e ou 20e année de parlementaire. Et on a ramené cette loi-là chez nous 4 fois. Ça n'a jamais été voté parce que les hommes sont plus nombreux que les femmes. On a décidé de changer de stratégie. Et la stratégie a consisté à faire des forats avec les hommes pour qu'ils sachent que ce n'est pas pour prendre leur place, c'est pour être avec eux. Et on a été financé un peu par le PNUD, un peu par le NDA, et on a eu à faire plusieurs conférences avec les hommes pour qu'ils comprennent que cette loi est importante même pour eux. Ça n'a toujours pas marché. Ce qui a marché, c'est la stratégie des femmes comme elles savent le faire. J'ai dit à mes collègues femmes, bon, nous sommes 147, on a des affinités, chacune a des affinités avec les hommes. Donc chaque femme prend 10 hommes qu'elle convainc pour qu'on puisse faire voter cette loi-là. Et c'est heureusement cette stratégie qui a marché et la loi a été votée au bout de 2 mois. Donc moi j'ai trouvé important de partager cette expérience-là avec mes sœurs pour qu'elles fassent peut-être la même chose chez eux. Parce que même si les autorités décident de donner 30%, si ce n'est pas appuyé par une loi, c'est un peu difficile. La loi a été votée sous l'Ancien Régime, avant la transition, mais je peux affirmer qu'aujourd'hui, elle est plus appliquée sous la transition qu'avant. Parce que d'abord, il y a une prise de conscience des femmes, et il y a aussi la volonté des autorités qui sont allées jusqu'à faire l'état général des femmes. Et les états généraux ont sorti des résolutions. Le président lui-même en personne a reçu le ministre de la Femme et la présidente qui est aussi membre du CNT, le Conseil national de transition, pour dire qu'il va appliquer à la lettre tout ce qui est sorti de ces états généraux. Donc la transition est une opportunité pour que les femmes rebondissent. Vous savez qu'on ne peut pas faire économie du fait qu'on a dissous les partis politiques chez nous, au niveau de l'AES, je crois que ce soit au Burkina, au Niger ou au Mali. Au début, je peux dire qu'en tant que femme politique, parce que je suis vice-présidente d'un parti, ça m'a fait très mal. Mais avec du recul, je me dis que c'est une opportunité pour rebâtir les cartes. Pourquoi? Parce que les femmes sont là, dans les partis politiques, elles font la campagne, elles font passer les hommes, mais au moment de les choisir, c'est très difficile. Et les textes ne les protègent pas. Donc je me dis qu'aujourd'hui, les partis politiques sont dissous, mais ce n'est pas définitif. Il y a la charte des partis politiques qui va sortir. Et dans cette charte-là, on va mettre toutes les imperfections. On va mettre tout ce qui peut aider les femmes. Et avec la mobilisation qu'on a vue autour de la transition, si vous voyez qu'on est passé de, je dirais, on est passé de résistance à résilience, c'est en grande partie grâce aux femmes et aux jeunes. Je ne pourrais pas passer sur ce chapitre sans parler du fait qu'on est aujourd'hui à Abuja. Cette conférence-là est co-organisée par l'ECOWAS. Et aujourd'hui, nos pays sont sortis, malheureusement, de la CEDEAO. Donc, moi, je pense que si les femmes avaient joué leur rôle au niveau de cette institution, cela ne pouvait pas arriver. Et il faudrait à un moment donné qu'on ait une prise de conscience. En tout cas, on n'a pas beaucoup entendu parler des femmes de ECOWAS. C'est dommage que ma soeur ne soit pas là. On était ensemble à l'Union africaine, on se connaît très bien. Mais peut-être il y a la vice-présidente qui m'entend. Ce n'est pas une critique stérile. C'est des choses dont il faut parler pour qu'à l'avenir, on puisse les corriger. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, en tant que femme, on ne peut pas être fier de voir que ce qui a été construit par les pères de l'indépendance, aujourd'hui, il y a 3 pays qui ne sont pas là. Je crois que si les femmes avaient joué leur rôle à ce niveau-là, ça allait influer les choses. Parce qu'une femme ne doit pas accepter que les femmes et les enfants aient faim avec les sanctions. Ces sanctions-là étaient injustes et illégales. Et les femmes n'ont pas beaucoup bougé à ce niveau. C'est pour juste qu'à l'avenir, on puisse tenir compte de cet élément. Et c'est fait, mais ça ne devrait pas arriver sans que les femmes ne fassent quelque chose. Comme je disais tantôt, avec les 30%, aujourd'hui, le gouvernement est très à cheval là-dessus, que ce soit au niveau du CNT, le Conseil national de transition qui fait office de parlement, dont je suis membre. Et je suis actuellement aussi membre du réseau des femmes parlementaires. Et la société civile, les femmes de la société civile veillent scrupuleusement sur cette loi. Une fois qu'elle n'est pas appliquée, même à 0,01%, elle bouge et les choses sont remises en place. D'où la nécessité de la cohésion, de l'entente, pour qu'on soit toujours solidaires, qu'on soit toujours ensemble. Donc les organisations féminines sont là, c'est vrai, mais il y a aussi la société civile, c'est-à-dire les organisations féminines au niveau des parlements doivent travailler avec la société civile pour arriver à des résultats concrets. Je pense que on n'est pas tellement dans le sujet, mais je vais juste faire ouvrir une parenthèse. Nous, les parlementaires, on parle beaucoup. Ma sœur du Bénin qui disait qu'il ne faudrait pas toujours accuser les femmes. Moi, personnellement, chaque fois que j'ai l'occasion, que je suis en face de mes sœurs, je le répète, je fus candidate à l'élection présidentielle en 2013. Et ce sont les femmes qui ont cotisé ma caution, les fêtières des femmes qui ont cotisé pour payer ma caution et demander à ce que je sois candidate, parce qu'ils estiment que quand il y avait le débat, quand il y avait le combat pour que le Mali qui était occupé au nord soit récupéré, moi j'étais devant la scène, je ne sais pas, les gens qui regardent France 24, TV5, j'étais toujours en face de ces gens-là pour amener la contradiction et défendre mon pays. Quand je suis rentré, les femmes sont allées m'accueillir à l'aéroport, elles ont dit tu dois être candidate. Mais qu'est-ce qui s'est passé à la fin? Quelques jours avant la fermeture de la campagne, les mêmes femmes, les fêtières de femmes sont passées à la télé, dans les radios, un peu partout pour demander de voter pour les hommes parce que les femmes ne vont jamais passer. On est à 51% là-bas. On peut parler de peut-être les femmes qui ne sont pas formées, mais les fêtières sont formées. Donc il y a quand même un problème. Il faudrait qu'on le répète pour que les femmes prennent conscience et qu'elles sachent que si elles veulent, elles peuvent. Et si elles veulent, il y aura beaucoup de femmes présidente en Afrique. Je conclurai juste en disant, en rappelant l'importance et surtout l'intérêt de partager les expériences et les bonnes pratiques comme je suis en train de le faire sur ces questions. Aussi et surtout, l'importance du dialogue et de l'action collective. Obtenir également le renforcement de leur sécurité en luttant contre les VGB sur les genres, les mariages forcés, afin de créer un environnement favorable à leur promotion politique et économique. Je finirai en donnant un clin d'œil, peut-être même une recommandation au niveau du PNUD et des institutions qui nous aident, qui nous financent les formations. Je crois que si à notre niveau, on parvient à influer sur ces décisions, ça peut nous aider. Ils mettent beaucoup d'argent pour la formation, ce qui est très important. Mais aujourd'hui, quand une femme veut être candidate, elle n'a pas les moyens. Et pourtant, elle a l'intelligence qu'il faut et elle a les capacités de mobilisation. Mais elle ne peut tout simplement pas passer parce qu'elle n'a pas le franc symbolique pour faire acheter même des t-shirts. Il faudrait que les organisations la regardent comment ils peuvent faire pour que financièrement ils puissent soutenir les femmes candidates.
Madame Cissé, on n'a pas beaucoup de temps.
Donc j'ai fini maintenant. Je recommande juste aux femmes politiques et à la société civile de plaider pour que les pays en transition d'ici 1 an ait quand même une loi, parce qu'il y a des parlements, pour qu'ils aient une loi qui puisse voter 30 à 35, voire 50% des femmes dans les postes électifs et les postes décisifs. Bon, je n'ai pas fini, mais je m'en arrête là parce que le temps presse. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, Madame Cissé. Très forte, and very insightful, very, very insightful and thoughtful. And thank you for sharing your experiences as a presidential candidate. And common themes emerging here, the importance of dialogue, the importance of having a quota system. And Madame Cissé touched on a very important topic, which is when you do not have political institutions like political parties, then what happens? And when the regional architecture that usually brings us together no longer does that, like ECOWAS and the Central Sahel states, what do we do then? So these are very important questions that we bear with us, because even as women organize, mobilize, run for president, they do it in a specific socioeconomic context and in a specific geopolitical context. And we have to manage all these complexities. So there's an intersectionality of issues. And this is sort of an excellent segue to Madame Zainabou and the experience of the African Women Leadership Network, AULIN, which is at its core designed to build solidarity and collective action amongst women leaders. And so what is the role of AULIN and similar networks in this complicated context as it strengthens women leadership, and also in particular as it brings in young women? So not just experienced, seasoned women as we have in this esteemed panel, but also the younger women. So Madame Zainabou, over to you. Thank you so much. And with focus, of course, on the context of political transitions.
Merci, Madame la modératrice. Je voudrais joindre ma voix à ceux qui ont intervenu avant nous pour remercier l'accueil et surtout l'hospitalité. Ensuite, remercier tous les partenaires qui nous ont invités, malgré le contexte de transition que nous vivons. Je voudrais dire que le Niger a connu plusieurs transitions, tout comme il a connu des régimes démocratiques. Mais sous tous ces régimes militaires ou démocratiques, la femme est toujours restée debout. La femme reste debout parce qu'elle a des acquis. Pendant le mandat démocratique de 10 ans de l'ancien président, beaucoup de choses ont été faites. Donc, je disais que beaucoup a été fait et pendant ce mandat, presque tous les projets, les programmes pour la question des genres, surtout des programmes concernant la promotion de la femme, parce que j'étais ministre de la promotion de la femme et de la protection de l'enfant, nous avons quand même eu cette opportunité d'asseoir beaucoup de choses, beaucoup de politiques, et de contrecarrer beaucoup de choses également, tout ce qui peut nuire à la participation de la femme. Et je pense que tout ça devient un acquis, même aujourd'hui, pendant que nous soyons dans la transition, dans le régime militaire. Donc, je peux, avec votre permission, rappeler que nous avons la politique nationale genre, nous avons un observatoire pour la promotion du genre, nous avons eu des structures qui luttent contre la violence faite aux femmes, des structures pour l'autonomisation de la femme. En tout cas, nous avons été beaucoup accompagnés par des partenaires, ce qui fait que beaucoup a été fait. Quand on va parler de la scolarisation de la fille, c'était aussi quelque chose que nous avons bien accompagné. Le maintien surtout de la fille sur le banc de scolarité, quel que soit le problème qui va lui arriver. Et là, je me dis que vraiment, c'est des politiques qui sont là, même si elles n'ont pas été suspendues, même si la Constitution a été suspendue, mais ces politiques continuent en tout cas à faire de la femme vraiment ce qu'elle est. Donc nous disons qu'avec le régime militaire aujourd'hui, tout ce que nous pouvons demander, c'est de consolider tous ces acquis. Et les acquis là sont là. Et autour de la transition actuelle, beaucoup de femmes sont mobilisées. Et elles portent les mêmes actifs. Et ce qui fait qu'aujourd'hui, la femme peut ne pas avoir peur. Parce que la charte de la transition, avec le slogan de la refondation, les femmes sont autour de cette charte. Et la question, en tout cas, de participation de la femme, peut bel et bien marcher si les femmes se débrouillent, si les femmes, en tout cas, puisque la volonté politique, elle est là. On compose avec les femmes. Donc, il faut tout simplement demander, oser, continuer, même si elles vont soutenir la transition, elles peuvent continuer, en tout cas, à demander à ce que la femme soit promue et que l'inclusion, en tout cas de la femme en politique, qu'elle soit réelle. Voilà. Donc, ce que je peux peut-être dire pour ce que j'ai retenu, parce que là, il faut la question de tous ces acquis. Quand on parle des acquis, il y a le quota. Le quota a été donc adopté en 2000 avec 10%. J'étais au Parlement. En 2014, il a été encore révisé. Moi-même, j'ai pu faire réviser cette loi sur le quota où j'ai amené 25% pour les postes électifs et 30% pour les postes nominatifs. Mais je suis sûr qu'avec un peu de mobilisation, ça peut tout le temps, ça peut bien sûr être rehaussé. Parce qu'il faut tendre vers la parité. Parce que la parité, même si elle n'est pas réelle, 50-50, on peut, par exemple, demander aux autorités de la transition de faire progresser à 40%, bon, de faire progresser à 30% pour les postes électifs, peut-être cette année, en 2026, ensuite continuer à demander dans les 2 ans et jusqu'à vraiment atteindre vraiment le seuil où nous pouvons dire que la femme connaît bien sa participation politique dans ce régime. Donc, moi, je me dis qu'avec un peu de mobilisation, puisque les femmes sont toujours debout, malgré les changements que nous avons, il n'y a pas de problème. Bien que nous avons des défis sécuritaires importants, et je me dis que c'est toujours quelque chose qu'il faut demander. Donc voilà ce que je peux dire par rapport à ça. Et je pense que je peux toujours aller.
Thank you so much, Madame Djenabou, and we will come back indeed. I think very important points raised around, and what I found fascinating is this question of continuity. So even though the Constitution is suspended, pro-women, pro-girl child policies around education and protection continue, which is excellent and amazing. And I think this is also a question about transition context, that even if the quote-unquote usual frameworks are not working or not functional or suspended, how do we continue to preserve the gains? And the question of quota, I see, has been a recurring theme throughout the 3 speakers, which is quite important. And maybe Mrs. Josiane Sombo, what we can now move to really this idea of the regional networks, the exchange of experiences. And I know WANEP has extensive experience, particularly in the West Africa context, in terms of women's participation in peace processes. So if you can say a bit more about these lessons and how you've been also, how you've helped forge this regional collaboration, this cross-fertilization at regional level. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. And thank you to all the organizers for associating WANEP to this important conversation. So our experience working with women's group across West Africa, I'll just start by saying that as WANEP, we believe in the power of networking as, a powerful tool for social transformation and political change. And that has always guided our work, working with women's groups across West Africa. And in fact, our motto is even building relationship for peace, because we have seen how across the world women's movement has really played a critical role when it comes to women's participation, women's rights, women's participation in various governance and transition processes. We still remember the role of WAMNEP's WIPNET program in mobilizing women through the Liberian Women's Mass Action for Peace together with other women's organizations. And that has already created a good practice for us on how we engage with women's groups on issues related to peace processes and governance processes. In 2020, we organized an experience sharing platform between some of the women that played a key role in the Liberian Women's Mass Action for Peace, between them and the Sahelian women. We want to create opportunity for experience sharing and peer-to-peer learning. And we also had the opportunity to get support from the UNDP program, a regional program for Africa in 2020, together with women in the Sahel countries, in Mali, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, and also in Côte d'Ivoire. We were able to work with women, mobilize women from community to sub-national and national levels. Someone said that transition processes provide opportunity for us to review, make some changes, addressing some inequalities that we have observed. So we wanted to take that opportunity of the ongoing transition process in the Sahel countries to ensure that women's issues are given attention during the transition process. So those women have been mobilized, capacitated, and grouped into one platform, which we call the National Women's Coalitions. So we have those coalitions in the 4 countries that I cited, thanks to UNDP that facilitated that engagement with women in collaboration with the ECOWAS Commission. So those women that we have capacitated have been able to identify their common issues, frame them in a policy document which they use to engage with their various authorities. And that has really yielded result in terms of engagement, because we have seen along the line how some of those women from the coalitions have been nominated in technical committees working around reforms on governance, security, and even some have been nominated in the government, in the transitional government. So which tells how Women's Network Coalition can really influence policies. So that approach has really been a very practical example in terms of pushing for inclusive processes. And also getting, leveraging on that lessons, we are still working with other group of women still in those countries in the Sahel, this time around working around local governance. How do we ensure that women are inclusively involved in local governance? So we are working with women's structures at community level, where we have been able to identify women with various expertise, because when it comes to local governance, there are various areas of interest, issues around access to land, which is a priority for women, issues around education, health, that are equally important issues for women. So we mobilize women with various expertise in those areas to ensure that those women's groups that we capacitate at community level can use their good office to influence policies when it comes to policy development, particularly at local level. So these are some of the things that we have been doing with women, just to emphasize again on the role of coalitions burden in influencing political transitions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madame Sombo. And I think what's important in your intervention, all of it was significant, but what's important to me is women's leadership is not just at the highest level of political office, it's also at the community in terms of fighting for access to land, socioeconomic development, education, and all of this requires political skills and mobilization. And the power of the network. So it's not just the training and the capacity building, but it's really the power of the network and learning from each other. And I think this is what we're trying to do here today. I think this has been a very interesting panel. I'm tempted, if there are very strong feelings from the audience, to open the floor for a question, maybe two. If there is interest. If not, I have one follow-up. I see. Oh, Madam Vice President, we will have to take that question.
Okay. So please, let's keep it at just questions so we activate the conversations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the participants. And for me, it's truly a learning experience as well, sitting here listening to all your experiences and listening to the lessons learned from these transitions. Je voudrais profiter de l'occasion pour m'adresser en particulier à toutes les femmes que nous sommes, et spécialement à ma sœur du Mali. Étant une femme, je me suis retrouvée dans un monde où j'avais mal au cœur. J'avais mal au cœur parce que nous sommes une région où nos peuples sont comment dirais-je, il y a des mariages qui se sont produits au fil du temps. C'est difficile de séparer nos populations. Et c'est vrai que les décisions politiques ont eu un impact sur la vie de tous les jours. Je me souviens, lors de ces moments difficiles, j'avais reçu une délégation du Niger, de femmes du Niger, elles étaient une dizaine, qui sont venues au niveau de la commission pour discuter avec moi. Et malgré les difficultés politiques que nous traversions en ce moment, elles sont venues chargées de cadeaux à mon endroit. Et même moi, à mon niveau, j'ai fait la même chose parce que entre nous femmes, on se comprend. Et je vous comprends tout à fait. Pour moi, j'estime que la séparation, le fait d'avoir perdu 3 États membres, c'est une perte pour nous tous parce que nous avons besoin les uns des autres. Et nous, en tant que femmes, en fait, on aurait dû faire mieux, on aurait pu faire mieux. Et je pense qu'on a toujours l'opportunité, l'occasion de continuer à discuter, à dialoguer pour qu'ensemble nous puissions amener les hommes de notre sous-région à la même table de discussion. Parce que ce qui se passe dans le Sahel a le potentiel de nous emporter tous et vice-versa. Nous sommes liés. Nos peuples sont liés, notre histoire est liée. Et je considère que c'est un divorce politique, mais je sais au plus profond de moi-même que cette déchirure, pour nous, parce que j'estime que c'est une déchirure, mais nous, en tant que femmes, nous devrions se tenir la main, nous tenir la main pour trouver une solution, une porte de sortie, pour amener nos hommes, nos leaders, ensemble pour que nous puissions trouver une solution qui puisse nous mener, nous sortir de cette impasse, en fait. Donc, je suis disposée à tout moment pour discuter avec chacune d'entre vous. Et j'ai eu à le faire avec certaines que je connaissais. Et malheureusement, en ce moment, on ne se connaissait pas, mais c'est une opportunité. Et j'espère que nous allons pouvoir associer les autres femmes ici présentes pour qu'ensemble, nous puissions mener ce combat. Je vous remercie.
I saw a hand this way.
My name is Dr. Christopher Nwakile. Thank you so much, our distinguished panelists. It's so beautiful hearing from every one of us. I've just been here sitting, having listened to all the speakers, and I'm asking, does the African girl child require resources to dream? No, I'm asking the panelists. No, the panel, any one of them can actually take the question. Yes, I'm just asking because I know that not every intervention will require monetary resources. So while we are having the conversations about empowering the girl child to lead, I'm thinking about the girl child in a remote setting with probably no access to education like right now. And then how can we make her see that it's possible to lead? That's what I'm thinking.
Okay, I see another hand there. That would be the final question.
Bonjour tout le monde, je suis Adèle Zougmouré, je viens du Burkina Faso. En fait, à la suite des tantis et des mamans qui ont partagé l'expérience des pays de la sous-région, notamment du Sahel, Et je voudrais dire que pour moi, l'occasion des moments d'exception peuvent être utilisés pour renforcer la participation des femmes dans la vie politique. Et en cela, je m'adresse aux parlementaires que vous êtes, vous qui êtes au devant et qui saviez comment, dans nos pays, avec la situation que nous traversons, comment les difficultés sont vécues par les femmes, vous, qu'est-ce que vous pouvez faire pour apporter le changement à la base? Parce qu'on dit que les moments de crise sont les grands moments de refondation. Et dans nos pays, nous sommes en train de vivre des grandes refondations. Et pour moi, il est temps que vous, en tant que parlementaire, en tant que décideur, vous puissiez peser de tout votre poids pour que des grandes réformes puissent être prises, surtout à la base, pour intéresser, pour amener la jeune fille dès la base à s'intéresser à la vie de sa communauté, à s'intéresser à la politique de façon générale. Quoi qu'on dise, c'est une question d'éducation, c'est une question d'opportunité, c'est une question de compétences acquises. Et je suis convaincue que des moments que nous traversons dans nos pays là peuvent être mis en exergue, en tout cas, pour pouvoir amener les femmes à sortir de leur carcan là et à contribuer du même que les hommes à participer à la vie politique dans nos pays. Donc c'est une invite, c'est une question, mais c'est une invite aussi, en tant que parlementaire, en tant que dirigeant, d'apporter tout le pouvoir que vous pouvez, en tout cas, pour faire avancer ce côté-là. Parce que c'est le moment des réformes. Et en ces pareilles circonstances, il n'y a que les parlementaires, il n'y a que les décideurs qui puissent peser pour que des grandes réformes puissent naître. Et je vous invite à cela. Merci.
Merci.
Thank you. It's back to you, moderator and panelists.
Thank you so much, Glory. I'm going to start in reverse order to the panel. And each panelist will have 3 minutes. C'est 3 minutes for your concluding remarks and for addressing any of the comments raised by the colleagues on the floor. The Vice President made an impassioned plea. We had 2 questions about the girl child and grassroots and how, in your role as parliamentarians, you can move things forward. The experiences of Guinea, Burkina, Mali, and WANEP have been very valuable. So I'm going to start with Mrs. Sombo, and I'm going to come backwards, if that's okay, in reverse order. So, Mrs. Sombo, you have the floor, and 3 minutes. I'm going to be brutal, because we have to let people go home. It's been a long day.
All right, thank you so much. I think my takeaway or the concluding remarks is how do we move forward, getting out from this room. And there are 4 recommendations that I can make. One of them is to ensure we institutionalize women's participation in our various constitutional reforms, electoral frameworks, transition frameworks, to ensure that we have a guarantee that when we talk about parity, it's actually implemented. It's not about political choice, but political obligations. So we need to institutionalize women's participation. Secondly, we need to also invest in women's coalitions, women's network, to ensure that they get their needed support to push for inclusive political processes. And thirdly, we need to also work to prevent violence against women. A lot has been said since morning, but it's very important because most women who are really committed to political space face, unfortunately, so many challenges. So we need to develop or adopt laws that help prevent and address effectively violence in the political space. And to conclude, the 4th recommendation, how do we bridge the intergenerational gap? That's very important. The future of our governance depends on how we prepare the young people to lead, and it starts now. How do we share our space with young people to ensure that they learn and we also learn from them? Recently, WANEP launched what we called the I Get Initiative, which stands for Intergenerational Empowerment and Transition Cycles. And we want to create space for co-creation space for intergenerational exchange, space to ensure that we plan together the future of our region, and that has to do with mentoring, coaching among various generations. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, and thank you for keeping the time. Madame Jenabou, over to you.
Oui, merci. Donc, d'après ce que j'ai compris, elle voudrait savoir comment la jeune fille, comment la jeune fille du monde rural peut aspirer à un poste, par exemple, ou bien comment elle va devenir une femme leader. Moi, je pense que la scolarisation de la jeune fille, il doit être mettre l'accent sur ça. Ensuite, son maintien, pourquoi pas, avec des programmes à la base, la jeune fille peut toujours être, en tout cas, encadrée. Il y a beaucoup de partenaires qui ont soutenu la jeune fille dans le monde rural, et c'est ça que nous avons mis, puisque c'était tout un programme. Avec l'UNFPA, ça a marché. Il y a aussi des comités montés pour la protection de l'enfant, donc la fille faisant partie. Moi, je pense que c'est des programmes à la base qu'il faut faire. Ensuite, l'autre demandait comment nous allons continuer à protéger la fille. Moi, je pense que c'est la scolarisation. Si on parvient à scolariser l'ensemble de nos enfants, l'ensemble de nos filles, avec le temps, nous aurons des résultats palpables. Merci.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. And the focus on education, of course, Niger's experience is quite unique in terms of girls' education. You've made leaps and advances, and I hope that continues. Madame Cissé, over to you. Merci beaucoup.
L'éducation à la base et le maintien à l'école est une priorité. Je vais remercier ma sœur, Madame la vice-présidente qui vient de parler. Et je suis tout à fait d'accord avec elle qu'en tant que femme, on n'a pas le droit de baisser les bras. On doit continuer à chercher les solutions. On doit tout faire pour amener l'Afrique à parler d'une voix et l'Afrique de l'Ouest à parler d'une voix. En ce qui concerne ce que ma sœur ou ma fille du Burkina vient de dire, effectivement, il y a, de mon point de vue, avec la transition, comme j'ai dit, la transition est une opportunité. Avec la transition, il y a déjà un éveil de conscience. En tout cas, au Mali, il y a un éveil de conscience au niveau de la jeunesse. Et si vous regardez bien aujourd'hui, la jeunesse est en avant-garde pour tout ce qui se passe au Mali aujourd'hui. En ce qui concerne la souveraineté, l'honneur, la dignité, ça c'est des choses qu'on apprenait à l'école avant, toujours pour revenir sur l'éducation. Mais avec les jeunes maintenant, on ne leur enseigne plus comment sauvegarder sa dignité, son honneur, sa souveraineté. Et je crois qu'en ce moment, les gens en parlent tellement qu'il y a une prise de conscience. Ça, c'est déjà un acquis. Maintenant, on parle de voter des lois. Il y a tellement de lois qui protègent et les jeunes, et les femmes, il y a beaucoup de lois, mais c'est l'application de la loi qui pose problème. Pour que les lois soient appliquées, je l'ai dit tantôt, il faut aller avec la société civile et aller avec cette jeunesse-là aussi. Sans casser, brûler, mais que la jeunesse se fasse entendre de plus en plus et surtout qu'elle se fasse confiance. Parce que c'est ça le problème. Au niveau des femmes, il y a un manque de confiance. Moi, je suis députée d'une circonscription région du Nord. J'avais proposé une jeune femme, jeune fille, je dirais même, pour qu'elle soit mère. Mais elle a refusé parce qu'elle a dit que non, il y a les hommes, il y a son frère, de prendre son frère, elle ne peut pas. Donc ça aussi, c'est un problème. Mais ça revient encore à cette histoire d'éducation, de formation, pour que les gens comprennent, les jeunes comprennent aussi qu'ils peuvent faire la même chose que les hommes et nous regarder, nous qui sommes là, qui sommes aujourd'hui à des postes de responsabilité, pourquoi pas eux? Et nous, on a aussi la responsabilité d'aller vers eux à la base pour les rassurer, pour leur demander de se faire confiance, faire en sorte qu'ils soient un jour aussi des députés, des maires et pourquoi pas même des chefs d'État. Merci.
Thank you very much. And the final word to Madame Keita, please. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame. Je voudrais d'abord répondre à la question sur l'éducation. Oui, la petite fille n'a pas besoin d'avoir accès à des financements pour rêver d'être une femme leader ou d'occuper des postes. Elle a besoin d'avoir accès à un système de santé de qualité. Elle a besoin d'avoir accès à des services sociaux de base. Elle a surtout besoin d'avoir des parents qui lui offrent un cadre de vie décent. Et ça prend de pouvoir autonomiser les femmes en dessinant, en ayant des programmes de réforme où les femmes ont accès à des financements pour pouvoir prendre en charge la petite fille qui est au milieu rural. Et en Guinée, c'est ce qui se passe exactement. Parce qu'on a des groupements de femmes, jusqu'à 300 femmes aujourd'hui qui sont au niveau rural, qui sont financées et qui vraiment vont être des modèles, des catalyseurs pour pouvoir éduquer leurs petites filles à ce qu'elles prennent leur place plus tard dans la vie de la nation guinéenne. Pour conclure, ce que je voulais dire, l'expérience guinéenne montre qu'en période de transition, la participation de la femme ne progresse pas spontanément. Elle avance lorsqu'elle est portée simultanément par 3 leviers. Le premier levier, c'est la volonté politique. Il faudrait une volonté politique affichée et vraiment forte pour pouvoir aller de l'avant. Ensuite, il faudrait faire le plaidoyer constant des organisations féminines et l'existence des mécanismes institutionnels de redevabilité pour contrôler les engagements qui sont pris. Il faut s'assurer que leur mise en œuvre est effective. Il faut surveiller. Ensuite, il faudrait que la véritable question aujourd'hui, ce n'est plus seulement de savoir combien de femmes siègent dans les institutions de transition, mais c'est de savoir dans quelle mesure elles influencent les décisions qui façonnent la nation de demain. Donc, je voudrais dire ici merci à toutes les organisatrices et merci à vous, Madame la modératrice. Back to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. It's always a challenge to wrap up such a rich conversation, but I can promise you with the organizers there'll be an excellent note. And just some of the reflections from my side, particularly in transition context, is the importance of women's engagement from the get-go, from the moment it starts, not after the institutions are already in place. I think we also heard the importance of the quota, but as we've heard from all of our panelists, the numbers alone are not enough. It has to be meaningful participation. And of course, the underlying truth and reality that we know is when a transition is inclusive, it means it's more likely to produce legitimate institutions, it's more likely to produce laws and regulations that are more beneficial for society and for lasting peace. And with that, I thank you, colleagues, and please join me in giving our distinguished panelists a round of applause. And I hand back to you, Gloria, and the moderators. Thank you so much.
Please stay for a group picture. Please, a round of applause for a very enlightening panel. And the second round of applause, I want it to be for you amazing women that are still in the room. I see maybe 2, 3 men that are still with us, but you've been here since as early as 9 this morning, and you're still here learning, being engaged, and really, I want to make sure that you applaud for yourself, please. Thank you. Yes, they're joined by the Vice President. Yes. Perfect. Great. Thank you so much. Another round of applause. So we have made it to the close of this first day. It really is, it's been an amazing day, and I want to extend my sincere appreciation to everyone who contributed to today's rich and inspiring discussion. As we all know, this event has been convened by 5 powerful institutions. We have ECOWAS, we have the government of the Republic of Nigeria, we have the African Union, we have the African Women Leaders Network, and UNDP. Really give a big round of applause for our conveners that have brought us here today. And one thing today did for me, please, if we could have one conversation. Thank you. Okay, so what I was saying is that today for me was really reaffirming how important it is to increase women political participation. And it's not simply about representation, it's about strengthening democracy, improving governance, and ensuring that our institutions reflect the diversity and aspiration of our society. We have heard powerful insight, candid reflections on the barriers that remain, and most importantly, practical solutions and commitments for moving from dialogue to action. The experience shared today reminded us that progress requires collective effort. And by collective, we mean everyone: government, civil society, political parties, private sector, development partners, and women leaders themselves. So on behalf of all of our conveners, I want to thank you again for being with us today. Tomorrow, we'll build on this momentum by exploring the power of collective action to accelerate women's political leadership, shining on the spotlights, especially of young women and their role in politics. And finally, we will culminate this day with the adoption of the Abuja Regional Action Agenda, meaning that we will leave today having adopted this agenda and making sure that we close with a sense of purpose, commitment, and accountability for all of us. Before I close, I want us to really thank my co-moderator, Glory, who has been amazing at keeping us on track and on time. I also want to make sure that we all leave here refreshed and that we come back tomorrow with even more energy. And I want to encourage you all to use the front seat so that we are literally filling the room with all of our beautiful energies and colors. Thank you very much for your time, and it has been my pleasure to co-moderate today. Thank you very much.
And before we totally let go, remember that the future of African women in leadership rests on your very beautiful shoulders. It is one action at a time. It must be intentional, it must be deliberate, and it must be forward-looking, progressive, and positive. And if you forget anything today, remember the African broom. A single strand never sweeps clean. It comes together in a bundle, and that's when it sweeps clean. And that indicates the power that African women have when they come together and they make magic happen. Thank you very much to my beautiful, I look at her and I'm thinking about where is the money? Eyes on the money, follow the money. Inclusion without finances is like amala without ewedu. Yes. It don't work.
Follow the money.
So once again, thank you very much. Thank you for lending me your voice. Thank you for reminding me to apply the brakes when I want to accelerate full speed. Yes. Because I was on the, let's finish the panel before we go and eat. And she was like, no, let them eat. Women need to eat.
So thank me. It's because of me you all ate today.
But tomorrow you will stay with me because you have seen what happens. Please also remember that all delegates who were supported by ECOWAS and UNDP, please bring forth your boarding passes. And where you had paid for the processing of your visas, please submit the receipts for adequate processing.
They're all on the right there.
Over there.
We have Jimmy and we have Chisholm, so they're there. Please remember to submit boarding pass receipt, anything that will help with your processing. Thank you again for your time, and it has been a pleasure. Last round of applause for today. Please make it very loud and big.
And remember to come early tomorrow, because it is only the early bird that gathers worms. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Bye.
Bye. See you tomorrow. And we have tea break. There is tea break, you see? See why it's good to stay till the end. We have tea break, so ensure that you have your tea.